Excelențe, stimate doamne, stimați domni, bună ziua! În numele Asociației Business-ului European din Republica
Your
Moldova,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the EBA, we would like to welcome you at this event on waste management, business between their responsibilities and benefits. The event of today is organized by the European Business Association in the Republic of Moldova in partnership with the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment. We would like to congratulate or thank very much the European Union for financial support and to GIZ for the technical support. We also thank very much the sponsors of this event, Coca-Cola, HPC Moldova and the FS Moldova Brewery. The partners of this event are the media show group, Site Consulting House and Consulting. We would like to invite you to follow us to see the international and national experience in what regards the implementation of the extended responsibility of the producers on the following media channels. We're speaking about Agora, Privesc.eu, Facebook, LinkedIn, and the Association of the European Business Association. Dear colleagues, on behalf of these pressures and considering the big number of evidence, scientific evidence proving the impact of plastic on the human health and on the environment, more and more states are amplifying their efforts to solve this problem on the dimension of policies as well as by developing the necessary infrastructure in this sense. In the context of the commitments of the Republic of Moldova, considering or with regard to the implementation of the association agreement and thus ensuring the alignment of the national legal framework with the acquis communautaire in line with the directive of the European Commission on the directive on waste management, on the extended responsibility of the producers, it should be also introduced in the Republic of Moldova by imposing the producers to incur the cost for the correct elimination of the waste generated by the products marketed. In this context, it is very important to mention that the law number 209 of 2016, including the law 1054, introduces in the national legislation this notion of extended responsibility of the producer, which is a new modern concept which is applied in many countries, developed countries, including in the European Union and outside it. Still, the implementation of this extended liability of the producers remained in the Republic of Moldova still at the design or project phase or draft phase, not being functional. That is why we feel the fundamental need of identifying and developing economic tools as well as tax ones, fiscal ones, to ensure the implementation of the extended responsibility of the producers for the Republic of Moldova as a state at the national level. The goal of this event of today is to present the best practices, European and regional practices that refer to the implementation and the practical functioning of this mechanism of extended responsibility of the person for packaging as well as packaging waste. A mechanism generates important economic benefits, including to streamline the business models within the companies, although the priority benefit and the main determinants refer to the improvement of the quality of environment. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this being said, let me now give the floor to Mr. Gintautas Baranauskas, Deputy Head of Operations, European Union Delegation to the Republic of Moldova. Gintautas, please, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you very much for this event, for inviting me. And dear Excellencies, dear Mayors, dear colleagues, it is definitely my pleasure to be with you, also unfortunately only virtually, for this workshop on packaging waste. This topic is extremely important, as million tons of plastic waste is generated every year, and only a small percentage is collected for recycling, which is at 30% in the EU. Across the world, plastic makes up 85% of beach litter, but even more worrisome, plastics are reaching citizens' lungs and dinner tables, with microplastic in air, water, and food having an unknown impact on our health. In January 2018, the communication was set from the Commission about a new European strategy on plastic waste as part of a transition towards a more circular economy, which aims to transform the way plastics products are designed, produced, used, and recycled in the EU. By taking the lead in this transition, the EU aims to create new investment opportunities and jobs, while also contributing to reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, the global climate commitments, and the EU's industrial policy objectives. Under the plan, all plastic packaging on the EU market will be recyclable by 2030. The consumption of single-use plastics will be reduced and the intentional use of microplastics will be restricted. Circular economy is certainly the future, but already today proper, solid waste management and recycling provides enormous economic and employment opportunities. And indeed, the Republic of Moldova, given its peculiarities, circular economy and proper management of natural resources is a huge opportunity, also in the light of attracting new investors. To this extent, I would like to underline that the EU is already funding a major investment in the Republic of Moldova that is already incorporating circular economy at its core. In fact, dwellers of Ungheni and Cahul, as well as surrounding areas, are direct beneficiaries of the EU Focal Regions program, where the EU is investing over 450 million leis. The Focal Region program is successfully being implemented by UNDP and UNICEF under the strategic guidance from the EU delegation and aims to strengthen socio-economic cohesion in the so-called focal regions of Cahul and Ungheni through facilitating inclusive, smart, green, and sustainable development. The main objective is to improve concretely the standards of living and quality of life for citizens by focusing on green economic principles and sustainability, thus embracing the vision of a green and long-lasting economic development. As you may know, the European Green Deal is the new economic policy of the European Union, based on leveraging digital technologies and using green and low-carbon economy principles as drivers of growth. The Focal Region program is on the same line. The growth poles theory is indeed deeply embedded in a shared vision for smart and green regions. In fact, the Focal Regions is a transformative agenda that at the local level is replicating the EU Green Deal approach. Also, in the current pandemic situation, we need to look forward, and after the emergency phase, it is important to prepare for a swift economic recovery, ideally a green economic recovery. If we succeed to transform this COVID challenge into an opportunity, we will be able to create more inclusive and resilient societies for the well-being of the citizens. The Focal Regions program is steadily contributing to green recovery framed around the Build Back Better approach to shape the economy for the 21st century. I am truly convinced that with joint efforts we will overcome the COVID pandemic, and the EU Focal Regions will be a bright example for other localities from the Republic of Moldova. I wish you all good health and even greater success. We are stronger together. Thank you.
Domnule Baranauskas, vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru discursul dumneavoastră. Într-adevăr, suportul...
Mr. Baranauskas, thank you very much for your speech. Yes, the support of the European Union with a view to building a solid waste management system in Moldova is really important, is essential, is key. And in this sense, there have been and are further carried out multitude of projects at the national and local level for the establishment, functioning of this system. That is why on this occasion, we would like to thank you very much and express our appreciation for your support and partnership. And now I have the honor and pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Dorel Noroc, State Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, with whom we did have the occasion to cooperate very closely during the years. And in this sense, I would like to mention our cooperation, including on the involvement into the presentation of more legislative amendments to amend the legal framework, including the secondary one with regard to the implementation and the legal level of this shared responsibility of the producers. And on this occasion, I would like to appreciate very much this cooperation, without which the implementation at the policy level of this system would be absolutely impossible. Mr. Noroc, you have the floor, please. Thank you very much, Mariana. Dear colleagues from the European Union delegation, dear colleagues who accepted this invitation, colleagues from Estonia, from Romania, Turkey, Ukraine, colleagues from the Republic of Moldova. I've seen in the agenda the mayor of Ungheni. I want to thank you for the invitation to this event, as well as appreciate the level of the event, which corresponds to the importance of the topic that we are discussing today. I would like to stop here a little bit to speak about the importance of this event of waste management, and in particular we're speaking about the packaging waste management. There are three important moments that are affecting this issue. The environmental one, it is extremely important for us as citizens, as responsible people, to leave to the future generation, to our children, a cleaner planet. This is the price we have to pay with satisfaction in order to leave to the people a cleaner environment. No innovation, no economic growth that we will invade will have sustainability if we do not have a clean environment. All this positive aspect of economic growth can be destroyed in future by a landfill that is continuing to grow. Before coming to this event, when I looked into the Google about waste management, I've seen a title that was saying that we are getting drowned in waste. That is why this problem is really important for the citizens, for company managers, as well as for civil servants and decision makers at the level of policies. It is very important to bring to the attention of all these people the importance of this topic. We are speaking about the price we have to pay with satisfaction in order to leave behind a cleaner planet. When we speak about waste management, and this topic is addressed very intensely in this conference, we are talking about the efficiency of waste management. And if we succeed to develop policies and implement them, this price or this problem can be transformed into an opportunity. And what do I mean by this? I mean that in addition to the importance from the environmental point of view, this area of waste can be transformed not in a price but into an economic advantage. And then when I'm speaking about an economic advantage, I'm referring first of all to the added value. By benefiting of those experiences, international experiences that we are going to hear about today, we can transform these policies into added value for the economy by means of harnessing this waste and exporting it. The third aspect, in addition to the ones referring to environment and economic aspects, is the social one, which derives from the economic one. It's about the job creation. This area of waste management can and will certainly create new jobs for the citizens of Moldova. Another very important aspect related to this event refers to the situation of COVID-19 pandemic. And in all the conferences that we are participating, including the most recent ones, the highest officials from the European Union, from the World Bank, from the IMF, and not just them, all of them unanimously are saying that the economy relaunch, and that relaunch that is going to have a sustainable character, implies investments in green economy. And these investments in green economy refer first of all or including to the efficient waste management. We have to say very frankly that we are the generation of innovations, but unfortunately we are also the generation that is wasting a lot. That is why it is important to join our efforts, and at the level of private investments as well as in particular in the area of competencies of public investments, to not be afraid and to be very courageous to invest public resources into the waste management. Regretfully, I would say that the Republic of Moldova did not have the start that the European countries did, which are much more advanced in what regards the management of waste, and in particular packaging waste. And yes, we have to understand that the Republic of Moldova, being behind with its start, can observe very well and look at those advantages and the disadvantages of all the countries who implemented the system. That is why today we do have the opportunity to benefit free of charge of that experience of the European countries, to learn from them and to get to a situation when together we achieve this objective of a clean planet. How do we see this perspective of developing this sector? These are just several reflection points which obviously can change after this conference of today, because I'm sure there will be advices and policies, efficient policies presented here that will serve as inspiration for us as public authorities. But as objectives, as a vision, before 2023, when this shared responsibility of producers is going to be implemented, we will have to invest and subsidize the establishment of infrastructures along with the private investments in infrastructures for collection, recycling, and use of this waste. That is why last year, by means of the budgetary and fiscal policy, there has been established a new article on innovations that allows us to develop a mechanism at the level of government decision to subsidize those companies that are collecting, recycling, and harnessing this waste. Before 2023, to massively invest in the establishment of this infrastructure, and as soon as this infrastructure is established, the public sector will be able to withdraw and the private sector to take over, including with tax for environment pollution. In other words, those taxes that we are collecting today, to redirect them correctly to the waste management system, and once this system is created, to give up the idea of these taxes, partial at least. Obviously, this vision needs to be improved, including following this discussion that we are having today. And ultimately, dear colleagues, I would like to reiterate that it is our duty as citizens, as company managers, as decision makers, as civil servants, to prove responsibility in this process of waste management system, both at the level of consumption of these goods as well as the level of making private investments in it, as well as when we wish to make budgetary expenditures. I want to wish you success and be sure today we'll be with our eyes on you. Thank you very much.
Stimate domnule Dorel Noroc, vă mulțumim enorm
Dear Mr. Viorel Noroc, thank you very much for your time and involvement, and I would like to sincerely thank Mr. Pușcuță, with whom last year we tried our best to come up with these legislative amendments, one of the most important being also the inclusion of the provision for developing the economic mechanism for the extended producer responsibility in the tax code of the Republic of Moldova. It's a joint achievement. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to offer the floor to Mrs. Valentina Tapeș, the State Secretary under the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment, another very important partner in this process of creating the complex system for managing the waste in the Republic of Moldova. Mrs. Tapeș, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rufa, for inviting me to this very important event. Thank you very much for tackling this sensitive and very necessary topic so as to provide information and to have experience exchange with other institutions with bad experience in the area of waste management. Of course, waste is an up-to-date problem in the Republic of Moldova, and an exchange of experience, an overview of those needs to be taken into account is of utmost importance. That is why the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment is grateful to the EU delegation, to the development partners who come up with support in solving problems related to management of waste, but also support for developing the legislative framework so as to harmonize the legislation in line with EU Directive. So as to develop policies in this area, the Republic of Moldova has achieved a number of results. For instance, the Law 209 from 2016 that comes up with a new approach for waste management, as well the secondary normative framework, the regulations that come up with a number of commitments, as well as regulations in the area of waste management, specific ones like batteries and engines, as well extended responsibility of producer, as well the regulation on packing waste. But all of this is not enough. It's not enough for the policies to be developed. It's very important to observe them, to enforce them. And Mr. Dorel Norok has mentioned that it's very important for each one of us, for all the citizens, for all local governments, for central public authorities to establish roadmaps and to implement those provisions and regulations that derive from the normative and legislative framework of the Republic of Moldova. It goes without saying that a clean country has another aspect, has another attraction, has another approach. And we really would like to have this new label of being placed in Europe as being a clean country so as to follow the same European trend as the neighboring countries. And the event of today provides us a possibility to share experience with colleagues who already have achieved results and outcomes in this area, who already have overcome the problems that the Republic of Moldova is facing now, and who already can provide to us some experience and lessons learned so as to take over good practices, so as to avoid mistakes, and so as to be on the same pace as the progressive countries. In the area of managing the waste, my colleague, Mrs. Bolokan, according to the agenda, is going to come up with more information. But now I'd like to thank all the participants at this event for their interest for this topic. And also, I'm very sure that those practices, those experiences that are going to be shared today are going to be taken over subsequently by the Moldovan stakeholders, by all the participants, so as to have results. And of course, such events should be organized with a certain frequency so as to have an overview of the achievements and so as to discuss the problems that are still to be settled jointly so as to have a prosperous country. Successes to all of you, and thank you very much once again for organizing this very important event for the Society of the Republic of Moldova. Dear State Secretary, Ms. Valentina Țapeș, thank you very much for your engagement, for your support, continuous support. And I would like to reiterate that this indispensable partnership that is being registered by the associations of European business in productive collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and with the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment is actually the key of success that we have to harness and have to use in enforcing this system of waste management. And now we are talking about actually the practical implementation of the mechanism of extended responsibility of producers for packing. Dear ladies and dear gentlemen, with this, we would like to close the panel, the welcome panel from behalf of the officials. And now I would like to offer the floor to Mr. Pavel Sergey, who is the advisory partner, Saiph Consulting House, the partner of the event of today. But before, I would like to come up with an introduction of Mr. Pavel. It's very important to mention the involvement of EBA over the years in promoting not only from policy point of view of different legislative amendments related to creating the system of waste management, but also the openings of the business and the support of the business in order to apply all of these amendments. In this respect, I would like to thank to JZ Moldova that accepted immediately to support a study, an analysis, a survey that allowed us to review the experience of over 5 countries from European Union so as to see the modality of enforcing the respective economic and fiscal mechanism of responsibility of producers in the European Union. And this analysis is going to be taken in the presentation, is going to focus to tackle in the presentation of Mr. Pavel. Thank you very much, Mariana. Dear participants, welcome. And thank you very much for participating at this event. We are a advisory partner within Saiph Consulting House, and in this panel, we are going to make an overview of all the amendments that have been taken in the Republic of Moldova. And in this survey, we have worked with the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development, and Environment, and we did our best to tackle different economic mechanisms so as to see for the waste producers to have a more active role in managing waste in the Republic of Moldova. Our project has two main components. First of all, to understand the current situation in the Republic of Moldova, to identify the best practices that may be implemented by the authorities. Let's try and see the first component, and let's see the analysis as it is. In 2019, according to the available data, they have been generated about 672,000 tons of waste, out of which only about 500,000 have been harnessed. And what is the reason for this? First of all, we are talking about separate collection of waste that practically is missing in the Republic of Moldova. It is carried out just in rural area and only with some exceptions in the rural area. If we would analyze only the municipality waste and, for instance, with the domestic waste, we might see that this represents the biggest part of the generated waste, as you may see in this diagram. And at the same time, if we'd analyze what is the rate of collected wastes separately, we would see that in the majority of cases, in 91% of waste are being collected not in a separate weight. So that is why we are missing the separate collection of waste. Thus, in 2020, only 3% of the total waste collected has been harnessed.
S-a pierdut,
It seems that we have lost the connection.
Da, da, acum se aude.
Unde ne-am oprit, Mariana? Mă ajut, te rog? Bun. Haideți să trecem, după ce am analizat datele.
After analyzing the statistical data, let's have an overview.
Mariana, mă auziți bine?
Da, da, se aude.
Super, mulțumesc frumos. Când vorbim despre...
Whenever we're talking about an efficient system for waste management, we can tackle it from the perspective of the circular economy concept that is based on the perspective of using natural resources in an efficient way, as well as to use the goods and the materials that they are produced of. Thus, whenever a product is coming up at the end of its cycle life, the raw material is being reintroduced in the economic circuit, in the economic flow. Thus, the cycle of the life period of the product gets extended, and thus we have a reduced quantity of waste as well.
Mariana, mă ajută, te rog, se vede bine prezentarea?
Prezentarea încă nu o vedem.
Bine, haideți să...
Este, deja se vede, da.
Bun. În ceea ce privește...
As for the principle of extended responsibility of the producer, this is a principle that is being applicable at the international level, and it has a very important role in the circular economy, based on which the state is transferring to the producers the responsibility for collecting, sorting, harnessing, and recycling, and finally disposing the generated waste, as well being based on the principle of polluters is paying. If we have a look at the circular economy, we would see that this principle comes up with a number of benefits. First of all, we have a better management of the waste by minimizing the quantities that are generated. Secondly, we have an increased level of collecting separately the waste. Thirdly, we are talking about an improvement of the recycling rate. And fourthly, we are talking about reducing the consumption of the raw material. As it has been mentioned at the very beginning of this presentation, an important part of our analysis has been focused on understanding the current situation in the Republic of Moldova as well as of the legislative and normative framework related to waste management. In order to understand better, we can say that legislative framework can be actually tackled from the perspective of the persons responsible for the management of the waste. At Moldova, as well as in the international level, in relation to the waste management, the responsibility, first of all, belongs to the state. Thus, according to the law on payment for pollution of the environment, the legal entities that are producing goods that during the production are causing the pollution of the environment and those who are importing this kind of goods are being subject to some fees. This is the environment fee. Thus, the producers are paying the environmental fee and the state is committed to undertake measures so as to manage the waste. Some aspects that are very important to be mentioned are the following. The law does not including in the fiscal base to all types of packing waste. It is only including the primary packing in which the products are being packed so as to be provided to the distributor or final user. As for the way of applying the fee, we have an innovation in the Republic of Moldova and which can be explained actually through a practical example. Let's take this bottle of water. The environmental fee is applied based on the volume of the packing. But we know that not only volume is causing the pollution of the environment, but the quantity of the waste. Thus, there is a discrepancy between the taxation object, volume, and the packing, which actually is causing pollution. It is important as well to mention that the philosophy of the waste management at the international level has been subject to significant amendments. Thus, the states have understood that a better management of waste can be carried out more efficiently by the producers of the products, those who are manufacturing the products which during the production are causing the pollution of the environment. That is why we have this principle of the extended responsibility of the producer that we are talking about. Thus, based on the law on waste from 2016, there has been introduced in the legislation of the Republic of Moldova the principle of the extended responsibility of the producer, according to which responsibility for certain processes from the management of waste, such as collecting, sorting, recycling of waste, has been transferred from the state towards the waste producers. Several important aspects. First of all, as compared to the law discussed previously, whenever we are talking about the extended responsibility of the producer, over here we are tackling all types of packing waste. Secondly, there has been provided a possibility for producers to individually or collectively or by creating some organization to observe the obligations related to the waste. As well, there is an obligation to have an environmental authorization for harnessing the waste for those organizations that are directly involved in the management process. Nevertheless, if we are talking practically, the majority of waste producers don't have the utilities or the devices or the technical knowledge so as to be able to have this kind of management of waste. That is why they are contracting out different companies that are called recyclers who are going to have the respective types of permits. If we are tackling these two laws together, we will see that the process of waste management has been transferred from the state towards the producers, but the last ones at the same time continue to pay the environmental fee. In practice, this means that the producers, on one hand, are going to register cost with the process of recycling the waste by subcontracting the recycling companies, but at the same time, they will continue to pay the environmental fee, which in substance is going to create a very significant economic burden. So as to decrease the fiscal burden, starting with 2021, they have been introduced some provisions in relation to subsidizing the process of waste management. And it's very important to mention that we actually are lacking a mechanism for operating this kind of procedures. Nevertheless, there are a lot of question marks, and namely, who is going to benefit by the end by these subsidies? According to the legislative stipulations, the persons holding the environmental authorizations are going to be mainly the recycling companies and not the producers of the waste. Thus, we can come up with a situation whenever the subsidies are going to be provided to the recyclers, while the producers who are going to continue to subcontract this service will continue to pay for the environmental fee, and again are going to be incurring the costs for recycling as well as the cost for the environmental fee. If such a mechanism is going to be implemented, we're also waiting for the government decision in this respect. This approach is going to be contrary to the extended responsibility of the producer, is not going to reflect the international practices, the EU practices, and is not going to force the producer to honor their obligations for the waste management. This being said, I would like now to discuss briefly about another normative act which is very important, and namely the regulation of the government regarding the packing and the packing waste, which is introducing specific objectives in relation to the harnessing of the waste, packing waste. And as Mr. Norok has mentioned at the very beginning of this discussion, this is being applied for the period of 2023-2029. In these objectives, they have been included the main types of waste, and namely the paper, cardboard, plastic, glass, metal, and wood. These objectives are going to be increasing during this period of time. For instance, if for 2023 the most significant objectives would be for paper and glass, a unique objective for harnessing for each type of waste by 2029, these objectives will increase with 50% for paper, and also this is going to bring us to certain objectives that already exist within EU. Another aspect that is very important represents inclusion of penalties for the producers who are not achieving the recycling objectives. But I would like to point out that we are talking about the producers who are honoring these obligations individually. So it's not clear why we don't have similar provisions for the producers from the collective systems who are not achieving the respective objectives which are set forth in this regulation. And now I would like for us to tackle on the second component of our project, and namely the survey on the best practices, international practices in enforcing the economic mechanism related to the extended responsibility of the producer. The objective of our survey was to identify what are the best practices at the world level, as well as practices from EU, but also from other countries which are comparable to the Republic of Moldova, as well to identify the eligibility conditions, the processes for administration and reporting, as well as to see what are the penalties and the fines. As well as Mrs. Rufa has mentioned at the very beginning of the discussion, another component part was to come up with some suggestions, recommendation towards the government of the Republic of Moldova in relation to the mechanisms to be implemented in the Republic of Moldova as well. The analysis of the international practice has focused on the 5 countries: Romania, Estonia, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Latvia. As a result of our analysis, we have identified that in these countries, the economic mechanism is the one that is related to giving up the payment of the environment fee. And namely, When the waste producers are achieving the minimum objectives for recycling envisaged in the EU legislation and also observe all the necessary administrative procedures, it means that they are not subject to paying the environmental fee. At the same time, if they do not achieve the targets or they do not follow the administrative procedures, the producers are going to be subject to some fines, sanctions, but also in most of the case, the difference between the recycled quantity and the quantity that has not been harnessed. Now, several aspects, individual aspects that we have identified within our analysis. The taxation object is representing or is including all types of packing, primary, secondary, and tertiary packing. And over here, I would like to say that such provisions are being also included in the waste law from 2016 in the Republic of Moldova. As well, the basis for applying the due taxes is being applied in report to the mass of the packing. And again, if we make a parallel with the legislation in the Republic of Moldova, we may see that discrepancy that I already has mentioned about. The fulfillment of the obligation for harnessing and recycling, just like in the Republic of Moldova, can be fulfilled individually or in a collective system by transferring this responsibility to a dedicated organization. Payment of the environmental phase taxes, as I have mentioned already, in the majority of cases is being applied for the difference between the targets that are envisaged in the law and if like really recycled quantity. As well, we have identified a case whenever the penalties have been applied to the entire quantity that should have been harnessed without taking into account the efforts undertaken by the producers, but this is just an exception and not a rule. In relation to the eligibility conditions, over here we refer to the fact that some jurisdictions are requesting for having an independent audit, as well requesting for the producers to have some financial guarantees if they do not fulfill the targets, as well as to come up with declarations and reports regarding those quantities that have been recycled and harnessed. It's very important to mention that according to the legislation of the Republic of Moldova, the producers are being obliged to get registered in an automated information system so as to provide information about the products that have been placed on the market, as well as those wastes that have been collected and are subject to the recycling process. Now, in relation to the next steps, we support a lot a strategic approach that has been mentioned by Mr. Norok at the very beginning. First of all, it's very important to develop a national infrastructure so as to ensure continuous process and efficient process of collecting, sorting, and recycling the waste. As well, it's very important, in our opinion, to have some education campaigns and awareness-raising campaigns among the population of the Republic of Moldova regarding the importance and individual and collective contribution to the process of waste management. It's also very important to develop a normative framework and institutional framework so as to make more responsible the waste producers for them to implement the principle of extended responsibility in their business. As well as very important to have a transparent and loyal attitude from behalf of the competent authority that would show that they understand the economic circumstances and how the economic units are dealing with the implementation of extended responsibility in their business. As well, I think that we can
să fie asigurat un
First of all, it's very important to have an economic mechanism for implementing this principle so that would be in line with the directives and the commitments that the Republic of Moldova has taken on board based on the association agreement with the EU. As well, it's very important so as to include in the scope of the law on types of the waste, all the types of waste that are being regulated in the law on waste, but also regulated on the regulation on the packing and packing waste. It's important to amend the law 1540 so as to correlate the taxation base with the mass of the polluting packing and not in relation to the packing volume as it is currently. And also it's very important to analyze the opportunities so as to differentiate the phase for polluting the environment as well as the recycling objectives depending on the degree of the recycling of the materials from which the respective packing is being produced. And by the end, I would like to support Mr. Nurog, who at the very beginning has said something very important. We have to leave behind us a much better planet and much more friendly environment to the generations that are to come. Thank you very much, Mariana, and I encourage to have a very productive discussions further on, and let's have a nice event further on.
Dragă Pavel, mulțumim enorm pentru efortul tău, pentru efortul echipei.
Thank you very much for your effort and the effort of your team with which this study has been developed, Saiph Consulting House. And I would like to repeatedly thank our partners, GIZ Moldova and Olesa Gedrovic, Thomas First, for all their engagement and support during this exercise, as well as Mr. Pushkuta and his team, together with whom we did work very closely. It's true that on our path towards a cleaner planet became much more complex. And in this sense, I would like to reiterate the imperative of the necessary policies on the one hand, and the openness of the business environment on the other hand, to assume these responsibilities in particular, and also the responsibilities of the local public authorities. I would like to also thank very much the Economic Council under the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Ion Lupan, Diana Levchenko, on which platform we managed to present in the summer of 2020 this study, which in fact did lead to the strengthening of the measures as well as advancing towards some very concrete steps, because the recommendations of this study are very concrete, and these are coming with concrete suggestions for the amendments in the regulatory and legal framework. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let us now conclude this panel and invite you to the next one, which in fact represents the key role of this event, and in particular sharing international and national, European and regional practices referring to the implementation of waste management systems and extended producer responsibility principle.
Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, please allow me to invite you to the second panel of the International Conference Packaging Waste Building a Sound Management System, organized by European Business Association of the Republic of Moldova in partnership with Minister of Finance of the Republic of Moldova and Minister of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment. Please allow me to mention that this event is organized with financial support of the European Union and technical support of GIZ Moldova. The sponsors of this event are Coca-Cola, HBC Moldova, and IFES Vitanta Moldova Brewery, and the partners of the event are Media Show Group, Guzun Consulting, and Saiph Consulting House. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, allow me to introduce the first speaker of this event, who is Ms. Sigrid Zumalis, Head of Environmental Management Department, Estonian Ministry of the Environment. Dear Sigrid, the floor is yours. So, thank you.
Thank you. I will try to share my slides. Is everybody, do everybody see my slides?
Not yet. Ah, yes, we can. Now we can see them. Yes.
Thank you. And I hope you can hear me well as well. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank for this opportunity to speak here today and share our experience in implementing extended producer responsibility system for packaging. My name is Sigrid Soomlais. I'm the head of Environmental Management Department at the Ministry of Environment of Estonia. And my department is responsible for coordinating the transition to circular economy. And one very important element here is, of course, ensuring the proper functioning of waste management system. Before I start, a brief zoom into Estonia. We are only 1.3 million people next to the Baltic Sea, divided between 79 municipalities. So not that large of a country. But unfortunately, this doesn't make implementing different systems very much more easier. So we have our challenges as well. And those of you who haven't visited Estonia so far, you are most welcome to do so in the near future. Hopefully the pandemic eases very soon as well. Before I go to packages, a few words on EPR schemes in general. In Estonia, we have an EPR system in place for products of concern and packaging. The principles of producer's responsibility are set in Waste Act and Packaging Act. Each producer is responsible for collection, recovery or disposal of waste resulting from the products they place into the market. So we have under EPR electrical and electronic equipment since 2005 already, batteries and accumulators since 2004, tires since 2005 as well. Agricultural plastic, this is the newest product under EPR since 2013. End-of-life vehicles since 2005 and packaging since 2004. I don't have it on the slide, but EPR will also be extended to some single-use plastic products according to EU's Directive 904. And this directive also changes some existing EPR schemes in Estonia, as there will be an added responsibility to cover costs of littering of certain products made of single-use plastic. But I promised to talk about packages, so I will get to this part now. Some facts here. In 2018, we produced over 170 kilograms of packaging waste per capita, while EU average is 174, which is pretty much the same. So we are placed in the middle somewhere. The recycling rate of packaging waste was 60%, and this also comes close to EU's average. The best recycling rates are for metal, paper and cardboard, packaging and glass, but the biggest challenge, of course, is plastic for us as well. We have a deposit system for some of the packaging. This has implemented for 15 years already. And the collection rate is really good. It's up to 90%. We have 4 PROs for packaging and one of them only for deposit packaging. So this is Eesti Pandipakend, and Mr. Kaupo Karba, I believe, will talk about their activities more precisely in the next presentation. And there are more than 4,000 packaging companies in Estonia. On the legal and economic framework, our legal framework mainly derives from EU directives, packaging directive mainly, but I also just mentioned the directive for limiting certain plastic products, and this will be transferred to our legislation probably later this year. The directives are mainly transposed then with Packaging Act and Packaging Excise Duty Act. The economic measures are implemented in order to guarantee the functioning of the system of the collection and recovery of packaging and packaging waste. And we have three kinds of economic measures in place. One, the acceptance of return of packaging obligation. Two, deposit. And three, excise duty on packaging. Obligation to accept packaging means that packaging undertakings are obliged to accept the return of transport packaging, group packaging, and sales packaging free of charge. A deposit is established for reusable and non-reusable packaging of beer, alcoholic beverages with low ethanol content, cider, perry, and soft drinks, when from glass, plastic, or metal. You will see the listing on the next slide. I have it there as well. And excise duty is only applicable when recycling targets are not met. And recycling targets are set by Packaging Act on national level. And here you can see what is covered by our deposit system. In addition to those that I have just mentioned, an amendment in packaging law will be enforced shortly, which allows on voluntary basis to also include syrup bottles, strong alcoholic and low alcoholic beverages. Those are marked here with asterisks. So these are the developments in near future. Packaging undertakings have several obligations according to Estonian laws. They have to take back packaging and packaging waste for free, as I already said, and they have to inform the consumer adequately as well. In case of deposit, the price has to be added throughout the sales circle, and package has to be marked for the consumer. Packaging undertakings also have to recycle according to recycling targets, which are set at national level and cover all adequate costs as well. They also have to submit data to the state packaging register once a year. But many of those obligations can be transferred and actually have been transferred in Estonia to a PRO by written agreements. So what are the main responsibilities for PROs? They answer for collecting, reuse and recovery of packaging waste. Here I add that collection is mainly done via waste management sites, and door-to-door collection is not obligatory by law in Estonia, and therefore it's quite marginal. I think door-to-door covers today approximately 10,000 households. They also have to provide access to services for all packaging companies equally, and the fees have to be collected also on equal terms. So the PROs actually cannot prefer any enterprises. Then waste management services have to be conducted via procurements to provide transparency, and this is done on a competitive basis. They also have to publish the information on all packaging companies that have transferred the responsibilities to them. So the members of PROs have to be publicly listed so everyone can see who they are. They also have an obligation to reinvest the profits of the recovery organization, and each year they have to spend at least 1% of their turnover for that purpose by law. And maybe it would be interesting to know that turnover altogether for 4 PROs is approximately 20 million euros per year. We have a system of licensing for PROs in Estonia. Every organization holds an activity license, and license is issued by the Minister of Environment, and PROs have to apply for this license. In addition, they have to submit every year a report on their activities, economic and other activities. We also have another interested party, local municipalities, of course, who are very important in this process. And they actually decide which schemes are used in their territory for collecting packaging waste. And those schemes and conditions, together with the strategical goals, are set in local waste management plans. And waste management plans on local level also contain different measures for reaching those goals. In order to fulfill the recovery rates set by national level by law, PROs and municipalities actually have to cooperate very closely. For example, they have to decide together where to place public waste collection sites, because the land usually belongs to the municipality, but the obligation to fulfill the recovery rates lies on PROs. Packaging waste collection sites, requirements for those are defined in Packaging Act, and the location, minimum number of sites, and other details are agreed between the organization and local government. As I said, they have to closely cooperate in order to execute these minimum requirements. I am not going to into detail here, but as I said, by law, minimum requirements are set, and they mainly depend on population density or size of the sales area in case of deposit system. So the law is designed so that basically all people would have in their close proximity at least one public collection site. Here you can see collection sites from the map. There's quite a lot, over 3,000 collection points for packaging waste and over 800 stores to return packaging with deposit. Now, only last year we managed to agree on the common visual on packaging containers. And this was decided in cooperation with ministry, PROs, municipalities, and it is not actually set in any legislation, but yet it has been used now all over the country. So we are quite happy about it, and the colors and the pictograms are really making more clear for people how to behave, how to act. On the supervision as well, the supervision over the compliance with the laws is done by several authorities. And these authorities actually are subdivided under different ministries. So for example, Environmental Board is under the Minister of Environment, but Tax and Customs Board are under the Minister of Finance. And actually those different bodies cooperate quite successfully. And in addition to supervision on national level, also rural municipalities and city governments have the right to do the supervision. And in case of non-compliance, precept or violation of packaging requirements, there is a fine up to 22,000 euros. So far, it hasn't been used. So this is in a nutshell how our packaging EPR system works. And this is my last slide. As you always have to keep one eye on the future, we have some top projects in packaging waste that we have initiated, and I just wanted to share them with you. If you're interested in knowing more, you can kindly contact me and the ministry, and we will give you further information. But first, we have a dream that someday all waste management data would be online in real time. Including packaging waste data and packaging data. For this, we have initiated a pilot which explores how it would be possible for enterprises and state to gather and exchange packaging data in real time. And then secondly, in upcoming weeks, we will launch a pilot with Latvia, our neighboring country, to explore the political and technical prospects for possibly setting up joint system for deposit packaging. And thirdly, as I have mentioned before, packaging collection via waste management sites is dominant in Estonia, but the material that comes from there is not of a good quality. So World Bank is currently undertaking a study for us, which determines most suitable models for collecting domestic waste, including packaging waste. The study should also provide a cost for those models, and then from there we can see how and if we can modify our packaging EPR system. So thank you very much for listening. I hope you find some interesting details, at least for you, and it's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Ms. Sigrid Sormalis, it was indeed a very complex and comprehensive presentation with a lot of concrete recommendations from Estonia. In this context, we would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Victor Guzun, who has facilitated this connection with you, because indeed the example of Estonian Ministry of the Environment from the policies development point of view, from the legal framework that has been enhanced in Estonia, from the supervision function on the EPR system implementation. These are very, very precious and valuable recommendations to be considered by our national authorities. And once again, thank you so much for your time, for your input, and for sharing this experience. Indeed, we will get back to you at a later stage. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, please allow me to give the floor to Mr. Kaupo Karba, General Manager of the Estonian Deposit System, who will share the experience of Estonia in the practical implementation of the depository system operating in this country. Mr. Kaupo Karba?
Yes, thank you very much. I try to share my screen.
Yes, we can see the
presentation. So you could see my screen. Good morning, everybody. I also thank you for this great opportunity to share my experience and know-how on creating an Estonian deposit return system. When setting up the deposit return system, certain aspects must be taken into account, especially country specifics. But I will speak about a little bit afterwards. Just a second. Eesti Pandipakken is a deposit organization that organizes the collection and recovery or recycling of packaging placed on the market by packaging companies. The company is founded by 4 associations, each with 25%. In principle, it can be said that through these associations, the owners of the deposit system are about 80% of the market participants, which means those companies who place packaging on the market on a daily basis. Here's a quick overview of the implementation process. At the beginning of 2004, a steering committee was set up consisting of representatives of various packaging companies whose task was to gather knowledge, set up a project, and also approve the project plan. Over the next 6 months, only 6 months, several visits were made to existing countries with a deposit system, as for example, Norway and Sweden. November 2004, a legal entity was set up. After that, 2005 March was received license or accreditation from the Estonian Ministry of the Environment, and the system was launched on May. Initially, the transitional period was planned 2 months, but it was extended, and from October 2005, the deposit system was mandatory for everyone. who wanted to sell beverage products in Estonia. During the planning process and implementation process, there were some concerns. For example, retailer resistance or opposition, mainly because of the possible hygiene and noise, and also initial investments. In terms of the deposit system itself, also many important issues had to be addressed, such as the number of sorting and/or counting centers, the location of counting centers, collection infrastructure, because currently we are kind of almost the biggest, let's say, transportation order company. IT system, as the economical view is a little bit different from the usual or normal company. Logistic, free riders, also including the packaging companies who were not aware about the deposit system and the launch. Since steering committee visited Scandinavian deposit countries, we rely too much on their experience. So as I mentioned before, it's important to take into account the country's specifics. Marketing campaign. I will show you quickly one of the first marketing campaign. Just a second. I need to share. So hopefully you can see the video. It was a quick video, a short one. And the main message was help keep nature clean, don't throw money away. I come back to that. That was 15 years ago. I come back to that later on. What's our current messages on market campaigns? Deposit system pros and cons. Through the deposit system, it's possible to quickly increase the recovery rate to 98%. Collected material is extremely clean, which can be recycled in the so-called same stream, bottle to bottle, for example. Usually, the main focus is on packaging that is most likely to end up in nature. Due to financial motivation, it's a very fast result. In our opinion, the deposit system makes people think more broadly about collecting and sorting packaging, which has a wider positive effect. And also, data and all reports are transparent. On the downside, I mainly highlight fraud because there is money in the game, and therefore is a high risk of possible fraud. The deposit system, deposit organization is between opposing parties, packaging companies and retailers. It's not easy to be here. And finally, it's easy for consumers, but quite complicated kitchen side. Here is a drawing about how the DRS works. As I mentioned in the previous slide, it's easy for consumers. Buying a drink in the store, paying for the product and deposit. And if the consumer returns the package to the store, he will get his deposit back, and that's it. But another circle. If a packaging company sells a product to a store, the store pays a deposit in addition to the product to the packaging company. This deposit is paid or forwarded to the deposit return system. So if the store returns the packaging, which is returned by the consumer to the deposit system pays the deposit to the store. So basically, if the packages are returned 100%, then the deposit just moves around. Refillable packaging is also used in Estonia, and the movement of this packaging is shown in gray, and this packaging is returned by stores directly to packaging companies. Quickly about the market participants. We have approximately 370 packaging companies who put packaging on the market on a daily basis, and more than 1,200 return points. These are divided into shops, which are about 800, as Sigrid mentioned, and HoReCa, about 450. HoReCa means hotels, restaurant, catering companies. Shops, again, are divided according to whether they take back packaging by reverse vending machine, automated solution, or manually. This slide gives you a quick overview about product categories under deposit and deposit values. When we started 16 years ago, then the deposit value was 3 cents for small PET and metal packaging, and 6 cents for other packaging. It's important to note what people in the ministry usually fear in the Ministry of Finance is that deposit does not increase the price of the product, but this is a monetary component that the consumer returns when he returns the package. Second important note, deposit value must be large enough to motivate consumers to return packages, but small enough not to increase fraud. Here is an overview of the Estonian market volume. This is the volume of, so to say, one-way packaging in the deposit system, to which is added also refillable or reusable packaging in the volume of about 35 million units. For comparison, the 2006 volumes, which was the first full year of operation, and also there is a recovery rate. As you can see, already in the first year of operation, we achieved a recovery rate of almost 80% in PET. In the case of can or metal packaging, the problem at that time was travel trade to Finland, and that's why it's was hard to collect cans. So key pillars when implementing the deposit system. Non-profit principle. O2 Eesti Pandipaken is a business company. Our activities is based on a non-profit basis. Correct initial setup. Legislation must be in place. Operational. How many sorting centers need to build? How to organize logistics, etc. It's important that related parties are involved. They have to control the system. Also, controlling this is very important so that money does not leave the system. The deposit must be circulated in the system. Continuous consumer awareness raising. If in the beginning I showed one of the excuse me, one of the video clips from our early years, in which the main message was getting money back. Today, the message has changed, and it has become important to show the life cycle of the packaging and its circulation. This is one of our latest market campaign materials. As you can see, it's important to show consumers that it's not about deposit or money. It's about resources, what we use daily basis. That was my last slide. So thank you very much to this opportunity once again, and good luck to you.
Kaubo Karba, thank you so much for your time and for very concrete recommendations, really a practical applicability on how the depository system is operating in Estonia. A good example to follow, because you have also presented the situation of Estonia, for example, 15 years ago, where you have started. And I'm sure that a lot of practical lessons learned can be shared and considered by the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaupo. And please allow me to give the floor to Mr. Kyriakos Parpounas, Managing Director of Parpounas Sustainability Consultants, Senior Expert of EXPRA Extended Producer Responsibility Alliance. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, we would like to really thank Mr. Kyriakos Parpounas for this input, as he will kindly share the European practice of the European countries, which has been proven over the years to be applied, and you know, how we can take the best of all of these practical examples in the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Kyriakos, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me well, and you can see my screen as well, which I shared already.
Yes, thank you.
So, good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for inviting myself and EXPRA to participate in this very interesting event. And yeah, I see that Moldova is taking concrete steps to move towards a more effective waste management with the use of the EPR tool that we will talk today in a bit more detail. I will say a few more of the nitty-gritties of EPR. And of course, EXPRA is the umbrella organization in Europe for housing many different EPR organizations from different countries. Not only Europe, but also we are extending to Canada and Chile and Turkey. So it's not only Europe, but most of the European countries as well. And myself, I've been working and supporting EXPRA for a few years now. And of course, in my previous life, I was the managing director of 3 EPR organizations for packaging, electrical and electronic waste and batteries in Cyprus. And over the years now, I'm designing EPR organizations in other countries as well. First of all, why the EPR model? First, in most of the cases, we have a legislation that introduces producer responsibility. Of course, there is voluntary, and there have been voluntary initiatives in the past, but the evolution of EPR as we know it was the result of producer responsibility legislation, initially in the EU, but as we will see later, spreading around the globe as well. At the same time, we have recovery and recycling targets, and they are eventually getting very demanding. And of course, this evolution of the targets has also brought the evolution of EPR, but also the evolution of other solutions that work in parallel or in complementary to the EPR. We're just listening to the DRS solution in Estonia, which of course addresses some of the packaging, the beverage packaging, but the packaging in general is a much bigger stream than just beverage packaging. And of course, the combination of the different solutions eventually will drive the countries to meet these high recycling targets. And of course, what we can observe from real life is that the countries with the best recycling rates, or some of the best recycling rates in the EU, have achieved them with EPR system. For example, Belgium, Netherlands, Czech Republic. These are countries that are only based on EPR without, for example, any complementary systems like a DRS running in parallel with EPR. So some of the best results are achieved with EPR. And of course, you need to have an efficient and effective EPR. And I always say also a government that understands and supports the EPR or the APR organization or the APR organizations in the country to achieve the results, because we do have countries where we have single EPR organizations for packaging, and we have countries where we have multiple PROs, multiple packaging recovery organizations in the country. And of course, this is a trusted a tool that has been trusted. It all began in the European Union back in 1994 with the producer responsibility legislation, and until the year of 2000, it spread around Europe. But you can see what happened between 2000 and 2020. In 20 years, we saw this spreading around the globe, and you see also what is the expectation for 2025. So more or less in most of the world that we know, producer responsibility and EPR is expanding, showing that this is a tool that will stay with us and that provides results for the countries that get into this using this tool. What do we have with EPR? And I'll try not to repeat too much of what has been said. There is a transfer of responsibility from the end costs from the local government, or the local government, to the producers for specific waste streams. And namely, we're talking about packaging here. And what that cost includes for the industry is the cost for collection, sorting, and treatment of this waste, along with communication campaigns, because usually the EPR has also the responsibility, the industry has the responsibility to educate people so that they sort their waste so that we can have better quality material. The percentage of coverage of this collection, sorting, and treatment of waste may differ between countries. Even in Europe, there are differences. Of course, nowadays in most of the countries, that is the industry is covering 100% of the cost, but there is cases that it covers less than 100%. And as was said earlier, producers can work either individually or collectively by joining larger groups of companies to set up the packaging recovery organizations, packaging recycling organizations, so that they can meet their targets. Individual compliance systems, which means companies acting individually, are accepted, but in general, they are not encouraged, because a world of individual compliance with thousands of companies is very difficult to manage from the state side as well. PROs, and that's what we say, it's the best practice. PROs should be not-for-profit entities working to collect money just to do what they have to do and not make any profit. And they should be fully owned by the obliged industry. And of course, there are differences between countries in the ownership and the for-profit and not-for-profit setup, but this is what we consider at expert level the best practice, not-for-profit belonging to the obliged industry. As we said, the key issues is the legislation. We have a legislation to follow. We set up compliance schemes, PROs, usually collective compliance schemes. We strive to have public participation in the sorting at source. That's why we have a communication and awareness responsibility as well. And of course, what we are expecting from the state is the enforcement of the legislation so that each company carries its own cost and we don't have too many free riders taking advantage of the companies that pay their fees. If we look at the cycle, because the whole idea is a cycle of actions, we have packaging produced and packers of products choosing their packaging to fill in their products. That is transferred to the retail. Eventually, the consumers buy the products. They return the packaging in the areas in the way that we decide to collect the packaging. This is taken to a sorting station to sort the material in different primary materials. Then it's transferred back to the manufacturing, either to produce new packaging or to produce other products. And we have a cycle of this process. Of course, the EPR organization, the PRO, is sitting in the middle of this process, and there are contractual relationships and financial relationships between different parties. Of course, the PRO collects money from the industry, from the packers, and uses that money to finance collection and sorting and treatment of the material when there is a negative cost in the material, and of course also the communication to cover the cost for the communication and sensitization of the societies. In terms of flows, the flows of funds, producers pay fees to the PRO and add them to their prices because eventually it's the consumer paying. Consumer pay the fees as part of the prices of the product. PRO pays fees to municipalities or private waste operators for collection, sorting, and treatment of materials. The PRO or the municipality, depending on who is taking care of the cost of collection, sorting, and so on, they will receive the income from the recyclable materials, either 100% or sharing between them, depending on how they share the responsibility and the cost as well. In terms of information, producers submit a packaging declaration, usually annual, to their PRO, which means that they declare the packaging they put on the market. And the PRO, at the end of the season, informs the state of the total packaging put on the market by its members, the material collected and the material recycled. Hence, we can derive the recycling targets achieved by the PRO, and of course, make sure that the PRO meets the obligation of the companies that register with the PRO. The contractual arrangements is with the producers, the membership agreement of the producers, with the municipalities or private waste operators, collectors, and sorters to do the job, to collect and sort the material, and with the recycling companies for the sale of the material or for the payment of the cost of treatment of the material when we have materials with negative value. If we check out the basic stakeholders, we have, of course, the packaging producers, who are usually having the responsibility for the management of their packaging. We have the state, which sets the law, monitors the PRO, monitors multiple PROs if there is competing PROs, and of course ensures that the legislation, or should ensure that the legislation is enforced, and they provide support to the PRO so that the PRO can actually provide results. We have the waste management recyclers, the waste recyclers, who receive the material to produce new products. We have the waste operators for the collection and sorting of the material. This could be private or municipal or combination. And of course, we have the municipalities from which we get the license to operate in their area to collect the material, and the citizens that become eventually a focal point because they need to sort their waste so that we have good quality material. That's why we have also this obligation for communication and awareness. Some of the key issues we find everywhere, especially as things evolve in different countries. Legislation. Legislation is never perfect. We need to work around the legislation, make the best for the industry, and of course make the best audit for the country so that there is recycling results and we meet the targets. We utilize the gaps in the legislation to benefit the industry, not in the sense of taking advantage of anybody else, but making sure that we have something that actually works, because this is the essence, have something that actually works and provides results. The producer in the EU, and the way we see best practice is the packer, is the company that first puts the products on the market. So it's either a filler or the importer of packaged products. And the reasoning why this should be the responsible companies, because the filler, the packer, is the company, is the entity that actually controls the type of packaging. Is not the packaging manufacturer, is not the converter, is the packer, because the packer will design and decide what kind of packaging for their products. So they do have control to also change this packaging, improve this packaging. So their responsibility is on the company that actually chooses the packaging. The producer responsibility organization, as we said, is usually a collective organization developed by producers, developed by packers to undertake their extended producer responsibility obligation. So we have EPR, which is an obligation, and we have PRO, which is the tool to undertake this obligation and meet the targets in the legislation. We want to have a system where we have a proper licensing of the PROs in each country. Licensing of individual PROs is also part of the legislation. They need to be licensed, but one of the main prerequisites for that is that individual responsibility is covered only by own packaging, and this is to avoid one company depriving other companies in meeting their targets, because if you collect the packaging of other companies to meet your targets, it means that the other companies cannot collect their packaging for the same reason. So each company collects their own packaging. And of course, when we go into collective PROs, the responsibility of the packaging placed on the market by the companies that form the PRO, and usually they are the shareholders of the PRO, is transferred to these collective organizations. It is important to have measures. It is important for the state to be able to control the number of the PROs, as well as individual compliance, to avoid anarchy in the market. And we have examples with countries with many PROs that the situation is actually out of control. And that's, of course, missing the whole point, which is to provide results. Sources of material to fulfill the obligations. How do we usually meet these ambitious targets? Depending on the setup, we can use commercial industrial packaging if we cover, as the PRO, if we cover also commercial industrial packaging. In many countries, especially around Europe, we have an informal sector, which means waste pickers that we can also eventually integrate into the system, so that we can also use material collected by these waste pickers. We need to be licensed and developed over time. And of course, sorting at source at household level, and many times this is forgotten. We need to get into this material, because 70% of the packaging is at the household level. It's household packaging. So we need to get into that source as well. What are the critical components needed to build the model? Provisions of the legislation. So we're based on a law. The packaging put on the market. These are the figures we need from the market. Recovery and recycling targets from the legislation, because that sets the target. We need to decide the basic operational model, how we're going to collect, what kind of streams, what kind of collection methods, curbside, door-to-door, other waste bins. We need to decide about that. We need to know the average collection cost of packaging waste or waste in the country, average sorting cost of packaging waste in the country, or develop the sorting facilities and eventually the cost of bins or any other infrastructure, the average value of the recyclable materials that can be sorted for sale, the basic administration cost for the setup of the PRO, and of course the communication investment to sensitize people to sort their waste. One of the very important decisions is to decide whether we have a household PRO, a household packaging PRO, or a complete packaging PRO. In most of the new member states in the EU, eventually we are having PROs that cover all the packaging, compared to some of the old systems. For example, in Belgium, where they have a PRO for household packaging and a different PRO for commercial industrial packaging. And of course, we need to decide how we are going to collect the material. Single streams, dry streams, multi-streams, there are different options. And of course, we need to check what's happening in the other countries, look at the results, but also make sure that we custom tailor the solution to the realities of the country. Usually we use a cost-based formula to calculate the fees, the packaging fees, cost to collect, cost to sort, minus value from sale for each different material. And of course, we end up with some fees on different materials. It's usually on the weight of the packaging. So it's per kilo or per ton of packaging material. And what we're trying now to evolve eventually in the European Union is also with much more granulated fees, so that we introduce eco-modularity into the fees, which means that we need to give better incentives to more recycled products, and disincentives for products that are difficult to recycle or cannot be recycled. Some of the key issues, this is part also of the latest legislation, packaging legislation and waste legislation in the EU in terms of best practices. We need a clear separation of roles and responsibilities between the various stakeholders, and that should be reflected in the law as well. The ownership of the EPR to be limited to the obliged producers, to the packers, and not for profit setup. This is very important. We consider that very important. Measurable waste management targets and a common way of measuring targets. Reporting transparency, we need to be clear and we need to be transparent. We need to provide equal treatment of producers irrespective of size and origin. We need to provide information to consumers. We need to be transparent. The cost coverage needs to reflect the end of life cost of the products by product and as granulated as possible to also promote eco-modularity. We need to be cost efficient. We need to make sure that there is a clear geographical coverage, product coverage, material coverage, and do it in the most efficient way. Fee modulation, as I said, eco-modulation that needs to reflect durability, reliability, repairability, reusability, recyclability, and so on and so forth. And of course, monitoring and enforcement, which is what we are looking also after the state to provide to make sure that there is a fair competition in the market if there are multiple PROs, or there is also fair competition between the producers, because it cannot be the case that some companies will pay and some other companies will free ride. Not to mention, of course, that we can solve free riding 100%. In most of the cases, there is some free riding, but it needs to be the very minimum as well. Common barriers across countries. There are unclear and overlapping roles between different stakeholders still, even in the mature countries. There are ambiguous relationships between municipalities and EPR, depending on, of course, on how much they cooperate and the setup in the country. And in many cases, and of course in new countries joining this trip, there is usually inadequate infrastructure for collection from households in several countries. And many times the competition between PROs is actually inflating this problem, because when you have competing PROs, they will cherry pick, they will go for the easiest material. And of course, the easy material comes from the commercial industrial sector or from waste pickers, and the difficult, the expensive material comes from the household level. So we need to ensure that PROs have sufficient incentive and obligation to cover households as well. That's why we say specific geographical areas, specific targets to collect material from the household sector, and not just overall recycling material targets. I'm closing this discussion with two cases from two countries from the European Economic Area, where they also have eco-tax, because I understand this is an issue under discussion in Moldova from the previous presentations and what I tried to learn about the country before this event. The case of Norway that moved also from eco-tax to EPR. Eco-tax was in place for beverage cartons. Of course, Norway has also a deposit system and EPR parallel. So eco-tax was in place before the EPR legislation came into force. It was a specific amount of money. When EPR was installed, the eco-tax was eventually used as an incentive for the companies to join the EPR organization. So it shifted from a collection of money tool that was not used for the management of packaging to use this financial tool to encourage the development of EPR. And how this is done, if a company is member of Green Dot Norway, which is the PRO in Norway, then they get reduction of eco-tax from the government. Green Dot Norway sends a list of members every month to the tax office, and all the Green Dot Norway members who bring beverage cartons into the Norwegian market get the same reduction of eco-tax. Last year, it was 93%. So they get a reduction by 93% of the eco-tax. Green Dot Norway responds to the government in 2020 a specific recycling rate around 93%, 92.7, and they ask for 93 reduction of the tax tax. If they recycle more than 95%, then there is already a decision that they will pay no tax. So they pay very limited or no tax if they meet demanding recycling rates. And of course, one of the questions is what happens with this money that the government used to collect. This is I quote exactly what the CEO of the system there said. This is a pure fiscal tool that goes to the Great Treasury without being earmarked to anything. So it's not used for the management of packaging. This system has been in place now for 25 years. And I think that no one thinks about loss of income from industry anymore. Eco-tax is meant to stimulate for high recycling these days. So it is used as a tool to stimulate recycling and make sure that this money collected by EPR goes towards meeting the target, which is the purpose. A similar case in Latvia, again, moving from eco-tax to EPR. Eco-tax in Latvia was in place prior to EPR legislation. It was called the natural resources tax. And once EPR was introduced, eventually it came up to a point where the eco-tax is around 10 times higher than the actual EPR fees. Fees are the same for all packers, import and local produce, and this is the case in Norway as well. You know, in the European Economic Area, there is no discrimination between imports and local products, so it's the same for imports and local produce. The fees are set by weight per kilogram of packaging material. All producers that enter into an agreement with EPR are receiving 100% exempt from the natural resources tax and pays only EPR fees for management of packaging waste, which is significantly lower. It's about 10% less than the tax. And the tax exemption is granted from the first date of each quarter. So each quarter, according to the declaration and then the registration with APR, you get a tax relief. Originally, when the company paid the APR fees, so when it all began, it was receiving only 60% tax relief, so they would still pay 40% of the eco tax. But now all the producers that have agreements with EPR in force receive 100% exempt from the natural resources tax and pay only EPR fees, which are usually 10 times lower. So you have a real incentive, the industry has a real incentive to join EPR rather than paying the eco tax. And although initially it was only a relief by 60%, now it's 100% relief. And again, quote for the CEO of the system there, packaging waste management is not a typical governmental function. It's definitely a producer responsibility. Tax is just a financial instrument to promote EPR and recycling. That's how it is used. Of course, there was discussions regarding tax collection from the state in the past, but the eco tax remained in place as an incentive for companies to recycle. So this is usually what happens. Eventually, there is a shift from collecting money towards using this tool to make sure that the industry has enough incentive to do what they need to do to collect fees and manage the waste. And of course, Expra will be around if there is interest to support the state in making this shift and bringing in more examples and more detailed examples from the different experiences in EU. I'm just showing here the difference between the EPR fees and the tax rate in Latvia, and you see that it's almost 10 times cheaper to pay EPR fees for the industry rather than paying the eco tax to the state. And of course, we'll be happy to discuss anything else later on after in the last session of the event. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kyriakos, thank you so much for such a detailed presentation with even practical examples of some European countries that managed to launch and maintain and expand the development of EPR for packaging, especially in their countries. Indeed, our partnership with the European Alliance for EPR is extremely important, as you can really share the best practices which have been developed in EU in the most most developed countries, but also countries that have recently launched these practices, which is, of course, extremely relevant and actual for the Republic of Moldova. Thank you once again for your active participation.
Thank you very much.
Allow me to give the floor with the next presentation to Mr. Andrei Dinescu, Deputy CEO, Green Point Management Romania. The EU country, the neighbor country, and also Romania is the country from whom we have really replicated a lot of legal acts in various areas. We do hope that we will be able to consider the best lessons learned from Romania, but also to be able to replicate the best practices with a view to EPR implementation in Moldova. Mr. Dinescu.
Bună ziua! Bună ziua, vă mulțumesc. În primul rând, doresc să vă felicit pentru
Good day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this initiative. I would like to congratulate from my behalf with it, and thank you for this invitation to be part of this event. As well, please confirm that you see my screen.
Se vede și prezentarea și ecranul. Vă mulțumim.
Yes, we do. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the extended responsibility of the producer is a mechanism that already has proved to be very efficient at the European level, and not only. I would like to share with you our experience in relation to the operation of the biggest organization in relation to extended responsibility of producers in Romania. First of all, let me tell you who we are. In 2020, we have taken the responsibility for over 250,000 tons of packing placed on the market by our clients. Thus, using the financing from these clients, we have ensured the collecting, sorting, and recycling of over 140,000 tons of packing waste. This means over 24 trucks every day. At the national level, we operate at the national level. We have partnerships with 21 of agencies of Intercommunity Development Agency and 193 mayoralities. We have financed local authorities with over 20 million euro over the last 2 years. We have ensured the collection and recycling of over 90,000 tons of recyclable municipal flow. As well, we have supported the recycling of over 270,000 tons of the packing waste from the commercial flow over the last year. Now, the history of the implementation of this system in Romania. Until 2001, whenever Romania has adopted the European legislation and also has assumed itself the implementation of the EPR, in Romania, they were collecting the waste not as resources, but the majority of waste were just being stored without being treated properly. And the collection of recyclable waste was functioning as a commercial activity, and only the authorized companies were collecting these recyclable materials depending on the demand on the market. The transition has started in 2001, whenever we have transposed the European Directive 94/62, that is defining the legal framework according to which the producers have to organize themselves so as to implement the ERP. At the same time, some of the producers have joined so as to have this organization of the transfer of responsibility. And in 2003, we have had the first organization that has been established for ERP in Romania. Now, the essential measures that have been undertaken as a result of the taking over of the European legislation has been the following. First of all, it has been prohibited to store the waste without the prior treatment. It has become illegal to have the incompliant waste storages. They have been organized services for collecting the recyclable material, and also there has been launched the function of the integrated management of waste at the national level. Currently, 20 years later, the stakeholders in the system of ERP would be, first of all, the producer, who is transferring the responsibility towards the organizations for implementing the extended responsibility of the producer, and also is financing the activity of the respective organization, but thus it has the obligation to use this financing in order to cover the costs of the territorial administrative units and intercommunity development associations in relation to collecting, sorting, and treating the waste. But as well, let's not forget the over-financing of the authorized collectors, whose activity is to collect and to send to recycling the packing waste from the commercial flow. Just exactly the anti-speakers have mentioned, the main idea at the system of the extended responsibility of the producer is to finance the system, because many times the value of the material is not enough in order for the suppliers to come up to the breaking even at the moment when the revenues would be actually higher than the costs for the respective activity. At the same time, there is an obligation for the organization of ERP to inform the environmental agency and to send the reports in relation to its activity. The logistics in the system of the selective collection of the packing in Romania. Well, it is divided in two. First, we have the flow, commercial and trade flow. Whenever the producer is a legal entity, it can conclude a commercial contract with a collector who is taking over their packing waste, and if necessary, it's treating, it's sorting them, and afterwards, it's sending them to final recycling. If the generator is an individual, it means that there are two options: either to use the system for collecting the municipal collecting waste points whenever the waste is, or actually to provide the waste to the waste manager from the respective area that is just sorting them and sending them to recycling. As well, individuals have the right to manage the waste or to send the waste to the collecting points wherever the collectors are treating them, sorting them, and afterwards sending them to the final recycler. And further, I would like to talk about the obligations of the most important stakeholders in the chain. As of today, the producers, first of all, they are responsible for determining correctly the mass of the packing, the weight of the packing that is placed on the market. And I would like to underline the word the weight, because the reporting and the entire activity of our activity at the national level is actually based on the quantity of the packing waste that is placed on the market. As well, the producers are obliged to point out the quantity of packing placed on the market, and also to inform the environmental agency based on monthly declarations in relation to this packing. The most important obligation is the obligation to finance the system for collecting and recycling proportionally with the quantities that are placed on the market, either through contracting an organization that is implementing ERP, or by paying the taxes to the environmental fund, or by fulfilling these objectives individually. And in this case, they would be actually responsible only for their own packing. As well, let's not forget about the annual reporting and monthly reporting that has to be sent to the environmental agency or to the other entities of the state. The organizations that are implementing the ERP, they are responsible, first of all, for fulfilling the environmental targets by financing the system for collecting and recycling. And also, there is the obligation to report on quarterly basis to the environmental agency about the quantities that have been taken from the clients, as well as the quantities that have been subsidized. As well, we are reporting on quarterly basis the situation of the active partners and the terminated partners. Actually, those from the environmental fund at any moment know about the situation of the producers from the from Romania, so to see if they collaborate with an organization implementing the ERP. Besides, we have the obligation to provide to the authorities any other documents or demanded information. Whenever there are any changes in relation to our activity, we are responsible so as to notify the licensing commission from the Ministry of Environment, the commission that has provided to us this license so as to implement the ERP and which are deciding about our annual activity. As well, in relation to the coverage of the costs, we are obliged by law to cover the costs for procurement of the quantities of the packing waste recovered by the municipalities and inter-community development agencies from the domestic waste. Besides, we have the obligation to publish the tariffs on the website as well as the list of partners, and also a very important duty is the fact that the tariffs are unique and single for all our clients, irrespective of the fact how big they are. Besides, starting with 2021, we have the obligation to report the quantities that are being managed in real time in the integrated automated system for traceability that has been established by the Environmental Fund. This is a system that has been established and has become operational since 2021, and we really think that it is one of the most important factors for increasing transparency and in the system. The Inter-Community Development Agency and the municipalities have the obligation to fulfill the minimum objectives in relation to recyclable waste, have the obligation to collect separately the recyclable material from their area of administration. As well, they have to calculate in a transparent and well-reasoned way the tariff for the separate collection of the recyclables from the domestic waste. As well, they have the obligation to implement the mechanism for increasing the level of separate collection level, such as page D system. And last but not least, they have also the obligation to report the quantities in real time in the information system, as starting with the second semester of 2021.
At the moment in Romania, we have identified not just these three, but we believe that these three are the most important conditions to improve performance. First of all, encourage the communication between the producer and those who are recycling for the development of streamlining the packaging that is marketed. In addition, it is very important to stimulate the retechnologization and automation of the sorting and treatment installations to increase the to increase the efficiency of the recycling process, and also clarify the responsibilities and obligations of all the authors in the chain in order to increase the performance of the material collection and quality of the recovered packaging waste. And as it was mentioned very well by Mr. Noroc, the Republic of Moldova can transform this delay in the implementation compared to the EU countries into an advantage by learning from and by eliminating the mistakes made by us. In this sense, the most important conclusions from our point of view for the implementation of a sound system are the following. In the European Union, the organizations with extended responsibility, producer responsibility, are organized by the producers, and it is really important to set the minimum criteria for licensing. For example, one of such criteria in Romania is that the shareholders of an organization or of extended the producer responsibility organization are only the producers of packaging, and they have to have at least 10,000 tons of packaging per year together. The ownership over this packaging waste shall be of the producers in order through these organizations in order to implement more efficiently this this extended responsibility, producer responsibility. It is also important to clearly define the responsibility of all the actors in the system, being corroborated and making available the necessary tools for each of them to be able to do his job. Implementation of an IT system to ensure traceability of waste from the very start. This is a big advantage that any country can have that wishes to implement this extended producer responsibility. Creation of the optimal framework that would support the growing investments on behalf of these organizations in the infrastructure of collection and recycling, because we are among those who do know best what is happening. We do keep our hand on the pulse of the system, and we can make the best and most wise decisions in this sense. Adoption of small targets that would grow gradually from year to year, and implementation of financial instruments similar to those from the EU that would stimulate collection and recycling. This is something that the Republic of Moldova did already in order to avoid the suffocation of the system with too big targets from the very start. And we suggest you to consider also as recycle the quantities that get into the gates of those who are recycling, and consider the international standards for recycling, including end of waste where it exists. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation, but also very, very concrete recommendations. I've really noted some of them that have been indeed mentioned by our predecessors of this panel. It's about indeed the system of waste traceability. It's about a legal framework which will motivate the business community to become responsible for the waste collection, for the import of waste, placement on the market. On the other side, of course, we need a very clear legal framework in which the roles and responsibilities are very clearly defined. So these are just only some of the recommendations. We are all aware that your presentation included many more others. Thank you so much for your time and support. And on this occasion, please let me give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Mete Imer, Secretary General of CEFCO Environmental Control and Packaging Waste Recycling Foundation, Republic of Turkey, which also more than 15 years ago has had a successful implementation of EPR principle in Turkey. Mr. Imer, if you can please share some of the Turkish experience in this regard. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank to the European Business Association of Moldova to organize such an important event and inviting me to this conference. I will share my presentation in a second. I hope that you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, in this presentation, I'd like to talk about EPR and packaging waste management in Turkey. First of all, to give you a little bit idea about Turkey. Turkey is a country in the east of Europe with a population of more than 83 million people. Municipal solid waste generation is about 1.16 kilogram per capita per day, and the total municipal solid waste generation per year is about 33 million tons. Let me start with a brief history of the how EPR and packaging waste legislation in Turkey started. It was in 1991 that the solid waste control regulation was introduced in Turkey, and in this regulation a lot of waste control items were mentioned. One of them was, of course, packaging waste, but the scope was limited. Only sales packaging was mentioned in that regulation, excluding paper and board. Chevco was also founded in 1991. This year we are celebrating our 30th anniversary. And during the time between 1991 and 2003, it was a time spent for establishing the recycling infrastructure. Chevco members, especially production, especially packaging producers, helped a lot in establishing the infrastructure, recycling infrastructure in Turkey, especially in glass, PET, composites recycling, and also metal recycling. That time was also used for increasing public awareness. Chevco did a lot of public awareness activities during that period. And it was the first time to introduce voluntarily EPR in Turkey by setting up and running a sample sorting facility for municipal waste, packaging waste in Turkey, and also collaboration with sample municipalities for separate collection of packaging waste. So Chevco was the first EPR organization voluntarily did these things during that period. And as I mentioned, it is the Environmental Control and Packaging Waste Recycling Foundation, the name Chevco, and it is a not-for-profit organization specialized in the recycling of packaging waste. It was set up and managed by the industry since 1991. Chevco became a pro-Europe member in 2003. And it was authorized by the Turkish Ministry of Environment in 2005 as the authorized recovery organization for packaging waste, and became an EXPRA member, in fact, a founding member in 2011. When we look at the Chevco members, we can see national and multinational leading companies in Turkey from all sectors. These companies are packaging producers, packaged product suppliers, fillers, packers, brand owners, retailers. Membership to Chevco is limited to the industrial companies, individual membership, or municipalities becoming a member, or recycling companies becoming a Chevco member is not possible. If you continue to the development of the legislation in Turkey, between 2000 and 2005, that was the critical time for us. The packaging waste control regulation was introduced in 2004. This is in line with the harmonization process with the European Union. So the packaging waste directive was taken as the basis to introduce that regulation, packaging waste control regulation. The scope was extended to all packaging, not only sales packaging, but it also includes group packaging or transport packaging. And Chevco was declared as the authorized recovery organization by the Ministry of Environment in 2005. In 2006, the revision is made in the Turkish environment law, and EPR is stated in the law. So that is important. And in 2011, the regulation of the packaging waste control was revised. And from 2011 onwards, it was allowed that more than one authorized recovery organization can work in the in this field. So the competition between auto recovery organizations started in 2011. When we look at the roles and responsibilities of the Turkish regulation, I can start from the producers and importers, which are actually the brand owners or packaged product suppliers, fillers, packers. They are responsible for the declaration and fulfilling the recycling targets, which is mentioned, which is stated in the regulation. They need to support training and provide communication activities. And this training and communication activities are all mentioned for the responsibilities for all the other parties as well. Municipalities are the main responsible parties for separate collection. In Turkey, they have to provide a system for collection of the packaging waste separately in their zones. Consumers have to provide this packaging waste to the according to the municipality collection system to the system. They have to separately store their packaging waste. Sales points have to do the same. In addition to that, sales points act as checkpoints because they are also responsible not to sell products of the companies who don't register with the Ministry of Environment for the control of packaging waste. Of course, Ministry of Environment is the main enforcement body, the audits and enforcement, giving license and authorization to recovery organizations or to the collectors, sorters, and recyclers are within the responsibility of the Ministry of Environment. These are the official recycling targets for producers, which is stated in the regulation. So it starts from 2005 and it increases in a yearly fashion, and 2020 is the year which harmonizes with the then European Directive of packaging waste. When we look at the packaging life cycle, it is obvious it's a cycle now, and today we feel more and more when we go into circular economy. But this idea started earlier. So producers produce packaged packages and send to fillers and packers. They pack their products with packaging. They send it to retailers, and consumers buy the packaged products at retailers. They consume, and the packaging waste they have to provide it, give it to the. In our case, it is the municipalities or municipalities which outsource it to the licensed collectors and sorters, to those company trucks. And it goes to a sorting facility, sorted out in more into more components and recycled at the recycling facilities. And it goes back to production in some of the cases for packaging, and it can be also recycled to other materials. When we look based on that system, when we look at our EPR flow chart, I would very quickly provide you with this, the actors. The first one is, of course, consumers, public institutions, factories, sales points, airports. These are waste producers. There is the Ministry of Environment, municipalities, collectors and sorters, economic operators, which are fillers, packers, importers, recyclers, and also the authorized recovery organization, which is responsible to fulfill the obligations of the economic operators. Ministry of Environment, as I said previously, gives licenses to the collectors and sorters, to the recyclers, also authorizes the recovery organizations. And based on that authorization, CEVCO or authorized recovery organizations make contracts with economic operators. And to fulfill those obligations, CEVCO makes contracts with municipalities and collectors and sorters. And in fact, municipalities also make contracts with collectors and sorters. So it is a three-party contract that we act to collect and sort the packaging waste. The data is obtained from collectors and sorters on a continuous basis, and it is fed into a computer system, which is a nationwide computer system. And at the end of the year, these data collected, sorted, and sent to recycling data is used, shared with the Ministry of Environment to fulfill the obligation of the economic operators. The waste is collected most of the time in Turkey, not directly by the municipalities, but by the private collectors and sorters who have contracts with the municipalities, and it is sorted out and sent to recyclers. The collectors and sorters obtain the cost of the material from the recyclers. Economic operators pay a service fee to CEVCO, to authorized recovery organizations, and we subsidize collection and sorting through licensed collectors and sorters on one hand, and also we provide infrastructure like containers, bags, and other infrastructure to the municipalities as the authorized recovery organization. So effective communication is very critical in all this process, which was mentioned throughout the presentation. So we door-to-door visits, informing consumers that packaging waste should be separated and given to municipalities how it should be done and the reasons for that. That is done on a continuous basis. Billboards are used for information, or now spots or other material are used. And training at schools are critical, and CEVCO is giving training, trainer programs and other through other methods for the last 30 years. Separate collection methods, it can be used either by containers or by bags, and these are for storage. And of course, then a truck belonging to the license company or to the municipality collects and brings that to a sorting facility, which sorts the materials into its components. You can see some examples of the sorting facilities in Turkey, and the materials, for example, metals which are baled out of plastics are sent to recycling facilities, which is turned into products, in this case, a glass bottle or in some paper factory. When we look at the results of CEVCO during this 15 years, since 2005 to 2020, the cumulative amount of packaging waste sorted and delivered to the recycling is about 7.4 million tons. And you can see the yearly amounts in this chart. As a result, to summarize, for the last 15 years, CEVCO have collaborated with more than 5,000 companies and up to 162 municipalities in 30 cities. This is about 30 million consumers. In Turkey, you can see from the map different places all over Turkey. And we provided more than 50,000 outdoor containers, more than 1 million indoor containers, about 54 million collection bags during that period. The total amount of packaging waste sent to recycling, as I mentioned, is about 7.4 million tons. And the budget used by Chevco versus the contribution to economy is 1 to 67. What I mean by contribution to economy is when we look at the 7.4 million tons of packaging waste, the savings of the energy, the raw materials, avoiding landfilling, the value of those secondary materials are all in that figure. So it's a rough figure that each $1, let's say, of the industry that pays to help the recovery system makes a contribution of about 67 times more to the Turkish economy. For the last 5-6 years, we are also measuring the green gas emissions, actually calculating the green gas emissions by a program by the recovery or recycling of the packaging waste, and it is about 2 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent of carbon dioxide emissions are saved during that 5-year period as a result of the activities where Chevco was involved. And the last slides, these are our recommendations and lessons learned during that, from the experience that we have during the last 30 years, I would say. First of all, enforcement by the authorities is key for success, to increase efficiency, amounts recycled, to avoid free riders, and to have a level playing field. This is very important. EPR should be run by a not-for-profit organization set up and run by the obliged industry. Competition among EPR organizations is unavoidable these days, but it should be controlled by a central authority. The trend in general is for a full cost system where EPR organization is financing from collection to recycling and internalizing those costs, but this would still be less expensive and more efficient than a tax system. A common reporting system with high information technology used by all parties is needed for transparency and governance. And finally, awareness raising and effective communications are never-ending tasks for all parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any questions or any comments, I can respond. Thank you very much.
Mr. Emir, thank you so much for your very detailed presentation with very concrete examples from Turkey, but also very concrete things to be considered for us. Indeed, enforcement by authorities, segregation of clear roles and responsibilities, indeed are very important things to consider, as well as the fact that EPR should be run by non-profit, independent organizations, despite of the competition, which of course exists on the market in this regard. Thank you so much, and I'm sure in the process of replication of the best practices in the Republic of Moldova, we will contact you again. Allow me on this note to wrap up this panel by giving the floor to Mr. Volodymyr Slaby, head of the Ukrainian Packaging Ecological Coalition. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, actually Ukraine is also at the inception phase. However, it is very important to consider what our neighbors are doing in this regard as a big country with very many investors, European investors, and indeed, what are the first steps, what are the lessons learned at the beginning of this process? Mr. Volodymyr Slaby, if you can provide us more details.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Time is going on, but first of all, of course, I would like to thank organizer for possibility to present my presentation, and also I will try to share with you Ukrainian experience for preparation establishment of the PRO in Ukraine. First of all, I would like to say several words about Ukrainian Packaging Ecological Coalition, UKRPEC. It's a non-profit organization founded in 1999. Member, it was, as usual, biggest international company, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Tetra Pak, British American Tobacco, Ken Pak, Yellow Pak, Procter & Gamble, Danone, Nestle, and others. And historically, the mission of UKRPEC is to protect the industry, to develop a regulatory environmental for packaging waste management system, while considering industry need and Ukrainian political, economical, and social factors. But only one slide for short history. For developing Ukrainian packaging waste management system, in 1998-99, it was adoption waste law, and at the same time, it was established state company under Cabinet Minister, and then a resolution of Cabinet Minister was all packaging producers and importers were obliged to pay packaging fee, and then we paid that till 2015. But unfortunately, no single pilot project and packaging waste management system was not created. And after that, we made another decision. And of course, industry tried to approve packaging law because it's necessary legislation for starting with PRO. And in 2002, 2009, 2014, 2016, it was registered in Parliament packaging law, draft of packaging law, but unfortunately, for many reasons, it was not approved by Parliament. And then in 1921, industry start preparing and discuss a new version law, and at the same time, they start with a new initiative. This is main 11 companies which produce around 30% of packaging on the market. They signed memorandum. Its purpose is to increase the efficiency of cooperation and coordinate the executive of measure aim and implementing the principle EPR through the preparatory action for the establishment and operation of extended producer responsibility organization. This memorandum open for other participants, and after that, this company, which you see, this mainly IB, InBev, Carlsberg, Coca-Cola, Danone, Ken Pak, Yellow Pak, Metro, Nestle, PepsiCo, and Tetra Pak, they unite their efforts, and we start with pilot project with name 2021, year zero for Pro. This is, of course, we have to see what is purpose was for this initiative. Of course, it's established in Ukraine European model for packaging and packaging waste management, with developed cooperation with the state in this area, and minimize the amount of packaging that enters landfill and environmental, and UK consumer in the skill to handle use packaging and separate waste collection, implement the rights to companies to manage packaging in order to avoid generation of packaging, and develop the most effective form of Pro, stimulate the development and new cluster of the economy, of course, collection, sorting, packaging, recycling, and environmental design. And finally, we start with moved responsibility from local governments to business for packaging waste management. And if we look what we should be done in this year, mainly it's commitment to large companies to become stakeholders, choosing F-Pro leadership to guide the next step, registration of the Pro, engaging potential shareholders and members, preparation for Pro participation agreement, business plan, accreditation fund, and other, and finally, accreditation of the Pro. Of course, we have key targets for this year. It's collect information to fine-tune all the data for the detailed planning, prepare it in detail 5 years operation plan and financial plan, finalize the setup of Pro legal entity, complete Pro accreditation, prepare a membership agreement for this, and registrations as many Pro members as possible. I see everybody from you knows this general key targets, and of course, this we can say that this pilot project we working together and we support Expra and especially Kyriakis, which present today. Kyriakis, thank you for great job for this. And we continue this working during this year and next. Our task register the company and start working from the beginning next year. It's optimistic task. At the same time, of course, we working for legislation. If you're looking for legislation framework current and future, we have, of course, very fresh decree of the President Ukrainian, which on challenges and treat national security of Ukraine in the environmental sphere. It's a document which oblige every body and especially to approve frame waste law and packaging law and the other tasks. And of course, we have association agreement between Ukraine and EU for especially for environmental, where we put implementation of PR. And of course, national waste management strategy was created in till 2030 and national plan for this. And of course, if we add for this future framework law about waste and future sectoral law for packaging and packaging waste, it will be give us a possibility to create a Pro, as we said before. If you look for at the volume of the types of packaging, according to our study, it's approximately 2.4 million tons production per year.
Mr. Vladimir, if you can please wrap up in 2 minutes, please. Thank you so much.
What?
If you can please wrap up, finish the presentation in 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I will finish very soon.
Thank you.
And 70% household and 30% commercial, and you can see if you would like for later on. Of course, we have experienced a 25 years experienced company in European countries where PRO has been operating a long time and the EPR is part of the legislation. We have operation reusable packaging system established in Ukraine by brewing industry. We have collective pilot project on separate collection on packaging waste in city Vyzhhorod near Kiev as an PRO model. And we have few individual packaging waste collection. And it's everything experience which we will use in our future job. Area responsibility, it's, you know about this business, it's funds PRO, cooperation with local authority, performs targets and recycling packaging waste, reports to state, and invents optimal way to achieve targets. State set the rules, issue informal system of reporting, registration, and control, issue license and permit, prevents over-reporting and the gray sector, and mandate all producers and importers to be responsible for packaging waste. You know, financing model, we see it, the collection of each type of packaging has its cost. The amount of the fee will depend on the volume and type of packaging, and the contribution of companies is proportional to the targets. If you see what will give us this creation of PRO, we calculate it and study, and we see that 4.3 million tons on packaging will collected and recycled in the first 5 years. 50–70% on packaging will be recycled to 2026. 12.3 million cube we said landfill volume, creation in new industry and infrastructure, as I said before, investment income volume added to contribution GDP, 20,000 new jobs, and refusal to import second raw materials we will do now. And thank you for your attention. I understand that we have very short time, but we are ready to cooperate. We will make the necessary efforts, and we believe in success. And thank you very much.
Mr. Slaby, thank you so much for your time. Sorry for this time constraints. Indeed, we are going a bit beyond our agenda. However, the experience of Ukraine, quite a big country, is extremely important for us, as also Ukraine is at the inception stage of this very important process. You already have your extremely productive cooperation with EXPRA. You already represent the interest of important European investors. I'm sure we can learn from each other and just do our job and implement the system in our countries. Thank you so much for your support. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, we are really coming to an end of today's panel number 2. The best is yet to come, as we say. I would like to quickly wrap up the session by reiterating the key messages of this panel, which are about the waste traceability systems, credible, transparent, and highly technologized systems that will really help us to ensure the amounts of waste, the way they are segregated, and also will increase the accountability of all of the stakeholders in the process. It is extremely important to ensure the right communication at the central and at the local level, because only by this proper communication we will be able to increase the accountability and responsibility level. It is extremely important to ensure the necessary harmonization in accordance to the provision of the association agreement within the national legislation, and if not only at the organic legal level, but also at the level of the secondary legislation. it is extremely important to increase the responsibilities of the local public administration bodies, but also of the consumers, of the citizens, and ensure the proper functionality of the responsible authorities, responsible public authorities like Environment Agency, Environment Inspectorate, ensure independent audits and the financial guarantees, but also other economic instruments are supporting the whole process. Saying this, I would like to thank you so much for your attention. I would like to announce a 5 minutes break and just mention that immediately after that, my colleague Alexandra Popa, who is the policy and advocacy manager of the European Business Association, will take over another panel that will represent the local speakers, however, international and European companies that will be happy to share the best practices used and implemented already in the Republic of Moldova. Stay tuned, keep an eye on us.
Doamnelor și domnilor, bună ziua! Eu mă numesc Alexandra Popa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I'm Alexandra Popa. I'm the manager of policies and advocacy on the EBA, and I would like to welcome you at the second part of our conference that is dedicated to the packing waste, creating an efficient management system, business between responsibilities and benefits. Now we would like to present the experience of the business community and of the public authorities from the Republic of Moldova in relation to the implementation of the extended responsibility principle of the producer. We would like to mention that EBA Moldova was involved continuously in adjusting the national primary and secondary legislation in the area of management of waste. Through the sector committee of EBA regarding agriculture and environment, we have succeeded to coordinate with the private sector and to promote the commitments and the necessary adjustments in the legislation in the respective area. In this respect, EBA Moldova, as well as the business in the Republic of Moldova, are trustful partners of the central public authorities that acknowledge and support the stringent need of ensuring efficient systems for management of waste. And we consider that with joint efforts of all the stakeholders, we will succeed to achieve this. Moreover, we are on the last 100 meters and we already are waiting for the regulation that provides for the economic mechanism for implementation of this principle to be actually promoted. Currently, the national legislation provides for creating of collective and individual systems for waste management. And in this respect, we would like to invite the first speaker of our panel, Mr. Alexandru Guzun, the chairman of the EBA Committee on Agriculture and Environment, the chairman of the Association of Producers and Importers of Packing in the Republic of Moldova, and the business manager with the public and communication from Coca-Cola HBC Moldova, whom we will ask to present the subject of the collective system for managing waste. What is the practice of Coca-Cola Company and its experience in the area of waste management, as well as the expectations of the private sector in relation to the state support for the implementation of the ERP.
Bună ziua, doamnelor și domnilor.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, all those who are watching upon us. Thank you very much for inviting us to participate at this event, which is very important for the society in the Republic of Moldova. Especially, I would like to thank the colleagues from the public authorities, from ministries, to Mr. Norok, to Mrs. Saiph, for the openings and the willingness to move the things forward. As well, I would like to thank all the speakers for their participation, especially to the external speakers for presenting the best practices in the area of implementing ERP, which of course can be transposed and used in the situation in which is the Republic of Moldova. It goes without saying that we do understand what are the fears of the public authorities in this respect, but it's exactly like in the situation whenever we have to see the full part of the glass. And that is why I think that after this event, we will be able to come up with a mechanism that will be able to develop the things for the better. In my presentation, I'm going to talk about the experience of Helic Moldova company, Coca-Cola, those results that we have achieved in the last years in relation to waste management, but also the experience of the Association of Producers and Importers of Packing. I will talk about those problems that we are facing currently and the recommendations that we have for the authorities. It's not by chance that I have called my presentation Let's Build Together in the Republic of Moldova, because Coca-Cola Company is working in Moldova already for 27 years. That is why we can say that we got developed together with the country and we have contributed to the development of the Republic of Moldova. I would like to invite you to see today the company Coca-Cola, not only a company that is selling beverages, but also as a company that is socially responsible, which gets involved actively in the activities in the society, in the local communities, and which it carries out its activities through different community projects and programs. Based on this infographic, you may see that those 135 employees of the Coca-Cola company in the Republic of Moldova are creating additionally 6.5 new jobs in the economy of the country. And we are talking about the transportation, distribution, logistic companies. We are talking as well about the advertising, marketing, individual solution companies that also contributing through taxes to the local budgets. And those programs, social programs, such as the program for supporting the young people, are very popular among the participants and also have an increasing rate from year to year. Coca-Cola Hellenic Moldova is managing responsibly the waste that is generating, and in line with the legislation is paying all the taxes that are associated to environmental impact. So we don't have any fines or sanctions for not observing the law or environmental regulations. Besides the framework, local framework that has been approved last year in the Republic of Moldova, I'm talking about the regulation on packing that is establishing the recycling targets. I would like to say that Coca-Cola Hellenic Group that is already activating, working in a number of countries in the entire world, has sustainable commitments up to 2025, which have to be carried out in every country locally. And now I would like to deal with those topics tackled today, namely world without waste, or whatever. The most important actions referred to. By 2025, all our packing, 100% of the packing placed on the market will be recyclable. 35% of our packing is going to be produced from recycled material, meaning that we will use the materials for the second, third time, and so on and so forth, as well by 2025. And here, I would like to draw your attention, and especially of those from the Ministry of Environment. We have a sustainability commitment so as to achieve recycling of the packing placed on the market for about 75%. And this is graphically in line with those targets that are established in the regulation on packing. As well, whenever achieving all these commitments, I would like to inform you about the results and the actions undertaken by the Coca-Cola company, because as of today, our packing are 100% recyclable. As well, for some of the packing, we are using the technology plant bottle, which means a very innovative packing, wherever the plastic is actually produced for 30% out of plants. As well, a very important project that has very nice results is that since 2019 in the Coca-Cola offices, we have a system for selective collection of waste. And over those 2 years of operation of this system, we already have collected 120 tons of waste, which would mean 4% of the annual packing quantity of that the company is placed on the market. Over here, you may see as well some figures. So the environmental taxes paid over the last years, 2019-2020, account for 59 million lei. And if we are talking about the ecological fund, that is a report. If we would make a correlation with the ecological fund, national ecological fund, this represents 10% of its annual value. And actually, at the same time, I'd like to mention that with this amount, it will be possible to recycle over 4,500 tons of plastic. Just for comparison, some calculations, the total number of packing that Coca-Cola is placing on the market, in order to recycle it, it will be necessary only 6 million lei. That is why you may see the difference. Based on these figures, based on the amount that we are paying to the ecological fund and the real necessary cost for individual recycling of 100% of the packing that we are placing on the market. And now, let's talk about APIAM, the Association of Producers and Importers of Packing. And over here, I would like to mention several moments, very important ones. Thus, the members of this association would be the biggest producers and importers of packing in the Republic of Moldova. All these companies are well known at the local level as well as at the international level, and all of them are implementing compliance systems of the highest level, including in the area of environmental protection. And the total volume of packing accumulated by all the members over the year is over 50% of the total packing that is placed annually on the market. And this makes us unique. And thus, we also are sustainable for the authorities because we have the necessary volume, but also the necessary capacities in order to carry out those targets and achieve those targets in the regulation on packing. The aim of APIAM is to implement the principle of extended responsibility of the producer by using an economic mechanism that would make accountable the economic units all over the cycle life of the packing. And we're talking about the production of the packing, use of the packing as rational as possible, placing the packing on the market, as well as the obligation to take out the packing from the market and afterwards recycling the packing as waste. The objective of APIAM is to implement the ERP principle by diminishing the quantity of stored waste, what is happening right now. And how do we do this? By increasing the rate of recycling of this waste. And in the future, as well as to create a sustainable circular economy in the Republic of Moldova. And actually, I'm so glad that over here we're again on the same wave with the colleagues from the public authorities who have mentioned all of this in their speeches in the morning. APIAN is working already for 2 years. And during this period of time, we have analyzed the majority of the regions in the Republic of Moldova, as well as the Chisinau municipality, as well as the Ungheni municipality, whose mayor, Mr. Ambrose, is going to have a speech later today in order to identify a viable scenario for implementing the ERP principle. In this respect, I would like to share with you those difficulties, or let's call them obstacles, that are hindering us to implement with success the ERP. And of course, the biggest obstacle would be to continue to pay the ecological tax in the way as it is established right now. Why? The answer is very simple. The company are subject to double taxation because they continue to pay eco-tax, but also in parallel, they have to implement the ERP. At the same time, we have the differentiated share for eco-tax for local and for local producers and importers, and this is not fostering the companies to implement the ERP. As many are actually opting for paying the eco tax in the detriment of implementing the ERP. As well, by analyzing the implementation of the ERP and payment of the eco tax, as has been mentioned today by our colleague from Excite Consultant, I would like to say that this mechanism also has a financial impact over the time, because the companies have to pay in advance the environmental tax, and afterwards they have to wait for these amounts that have been invested to be returned to them if the targets are accomplished. This would actually have an additional financial burden and pressure by allocating some financial amounts which are necessary but which could be used for other purposes. What is important for us to understand? It's important to understand that the eco tax has to be a guarantee, that will be applied to the companies or to the producers in case they do not achieve those targets of recycling of the products that are established in the regulation on packing. It has to be like a punishment, let's say, for not achieving the objectives. As well, a very important point to mention would be the fact that in this process of implementing the ERP, the authorities have to ensure sufficient motivation, sufficient fostering for all the participants in the process. And over here, I'm referring to producers, recyclers, consumers, public authorities, but also government. On the contrary, the process as it is now established without any clarity regarding a clearly established financial system would reduce the efficiency of the ERP mechanism, and also it will lead to the fact that the process is not going to be operated as it was envisaged. That is why I would like to mention what has been mentioned already by some foreign experts today, and namely the fact that the government should not get involved in the financial process, in the financial flow, or in the redistribution of the that are being accumulated from the ecotax and from the implementation of ERP. The role of the government is to create a transparent system, a clear system, sustainable one that is going to provide motivation and fostering for all the participants to the process, so as to maximize the rate of recycling the waste. So, as conclusion, and as I have heard today, all the external experts who have shared with us the good practices, is that the most favorable for companies from the point of view of the financial impact would be the system of ERP with exemption of eco tax whenever the targets are being achieved, because the companies, the producers, should use those taxes, those exempted taxes, so as to allocate them for financing the cost for recycling. Dear colleagues, dear audience, this has been my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention. And once again, I would like to address the colleagues from the public authorities for them to analyze the experience of the countries who already have passed through this process and already know all the positive parts, but also the negative parts. It's now up to us to collect and to harvest all their lessons learned. I would like for you to consider us in this process as partners, as development partners, and indeed we would like for this process to get developed. And you have seen that we are able to do it. As well, please consider APIAM as an example of success for authorities in achieving and presenting some wonderful results. I think that we have to join our efforts and go further. And after the event of today, we would like for the dialogue to continue so as to identify together a mechanism, a sustainable mechanism that is going to be beneficial for the entire society of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much, and I'm available for you for any other questions.
Domnul Gâncu, vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru prezentarea dumneavoastră.
Mr. Gâncu, thank you very much for your presentation, and I would like to invite the next speaker, Mrs. Ludmila Androni, Corporate Affairs Director, FS Vetanta Moldova Brewery, whom we would like to ask to present the practical experience of FS Moldova in managing glass and plastic waste packaging. And we would be very grateful for the presentation of the best lessons learned during this process of waste management, as well as the important points, the vision of the private sector with regard to the responsibilities of each actor involved in this process. Dear colleagues and experts, hello. First of all, as a sponsor of the event of today, the company FS Moldova expresses its gratitude to the organizers, first of all, to the European Business Association for the efforts undertaken, and to all the foreign experts as well as local ones that contributed to the organization of this event, as well as to the cooperation for the purposes of exchange of or sharing of best practices available. Now I'd like to present you the way in which FS Moldova has organized individually and its process of waste management, including of packaging waste, mentioning that at the basis of this voluntary actions, we have our principles of corporate social accountability and the commitments of sustainability and environment-friendly activity adopted by the whole group Anadolu Efes. We are the biggest producer of beer in Moldova and the flagman of Turkish investments in the Republic of Moldova, and thus we do have the responsibility to be a model for our colleagues and to prove a rational and environmentally friendly behavior. From the point of view of the waste management overall, I would like to remind you just two examples, the most important ones in our opinion. FS Moldova is the first and only company from the country that has invested in the construction of a private wastewater treatment plant, an investment of over $4 million USD, which for the time being, no company in Moldova had the courage to repeat. At the same time, we managed to set cooperation with the livestock growers from the Republic of Moldova in order to take over the natural secondary material obtained from processing that is used by the livestock producers as fodder for the livestock. Thus, we are contributing to an initial scheme of circular economy, and we are providing to the livestock producers every year about 12 tons of this material, which is in addition, our products are over packaged in stretch film or carbon or plastic. Thus, we have several activities that are dictated by our corporate social accountability plan that are confirmed, including by economic rationale, about which I would like to speak to you now. As regards the PET, unfortunately, this type of packaging is still very popular in the Republic of Moldova, and the multitude of offers of PET on the local market is explained by the fact that most of the local consumers prefer non-alcoholic and with low alcohol drinks in plastic due to different reasons. These are cheaper, these are easier to manage whenever bought in considerable amounts and so on. But unfortunately, the impressive volumes of PET on the market become a problem. And in particular, this become a problem when these are leaving the territory of the factories or deposits. In the case of FS Moldova, we're speaking of about 945 tons of PET per year. Here the company is again the first one in the Republic of Moldova, and as I know, the only one that about 10 years ago did place in Chișinău the first network of separate collection of plastic, which is about 100 containers that today that are today managed by our partner company ABS, that is going to speak a little bit later. This network, at least at the current moment, is able to collect about 90 tons of plastic, but this amount can grow. Yes, if you look at the image that I show, these are not the most modern collectors, so say, or containers placed in the city, but these at the moment serve the population and our cause of respect for the environment. And we are ready, by means of APM or the other partnerships, to contribute further on to the modernization of this system. We do have other types of plastic waste because our plastic waste is about 370 pieces of cases, of plastic cases, and obviously due to different handling on the market, these are being deteriorated in significant numbers, and we've been always looking for solutions of addressing this issue. In the past, we were selling them in this form of just broken boxes, but now we found another solution thanks to an investment in the amount of 20,000 euro that we've done last year. We've bought a special shredder for plastic cases with a capacity of 90 cases per hour, and we are shredding these boxes, thus saving time for depositing as well as getting a bigger offer from the buyers who are not buying anymore this deteriorated plastic boxes, but shredded one. And now with regard to the system that we are very proud about, it's about glass. We are the only companies, local companies, that is using very largely the system of return of glasses, of bottles. At the moment, at least 80% of our bottles that we are marketing is being reused, which means that about 30 million bottles per year. Every bottle, in turn, is used during 5 or 6 cycles of reuse. And to provide you some comparison information, what does it mean from the point of view of ecology, these 30 million bottles returned and reused every year? I will give you the following figures that we've done. The reuse of bottles allows us to save 4 million kilowatt hour per year, which you can agree that in the case of the Republic of Moldova, which is a country dependent on the energy, external energy resources, this is a very significant figure. I've done once a calculation together with the agency, regulatory agency in the field, and this amount of electricity is in fact equal to the electricity used by Florești town every year, which means also that we are throwing into the nature 1 million kilos less of waste, which again, from the geography of the Republic of Moldova point of view on the territory that it occupies, as well as at the planet level, I believe this is a very significant figure, which means, this also means that every year we are saving from logging, only by means of these returned bottles, 75,000 mature or adult trees, which is about 1,400 hectares of forests being saved every year. And making a calculation for 10 years, that the trees that have not been cut thanks to the reduced bottles by EFS Moldova would cover a forest equal with the area of Chișinău municipality. This also means that we've used in these 10 years 1,255,000 liters of fuel less, and that we issued less carbon into the atmosphere, about 3 million liters. These figures are very impressive, but we are facing problems in this sense. In the case of these reused bottles, even if we do have a deposit, which is we are using now, and this is equal to 1.5 leu, this deposit is nowhere provided for in a law. This is a voluntary one applied by us. Thus, we know and we understand that some collectors could provide less for one reused bottle to the consumer, which is not correct in relation to the consumer. That is why last year we have intervened with an initiative of providing for in the law the system of deposit that would allow us to set this amount of deposit every year in the law. At the same time, at the moment, the collection of reused bottles is a task, additional task for the traders. It's not provided for anywhere, and unfortunately, none of the networks is open to become partners with us in the collection and return of bottles. We are just counting on the small shops and distributors of ours, but we do not know how much this enthusiasm will last. And yes, I would like to mention that we've never received any support on behalf of the state for this system that is functioning for many years already. And in fact, it would be good to say that it never stopped functioning since our factory is functioning since 1940. Moreover, we have faced a situation when the importance of this system of deposits is forgotten, because a couple of years ago, when beer was classified as an alcoholic beverage, we found ourselves in a situation that we are not able to use legally the reused bottle, because the alcoholic beverages in the Republic of Moldova have this ban. An occasion with which I would like to thank now the Economic Council under the Prime Minister, as well as the relevant department of the Ministry of Agriculture that was with us in this attempt to make the change in these legal provisions. And nevertheless, we've lost this, we would have lost this right, because they intervened very quickly and stopped the law. We would have lost it, but we managed to recover it in about 1 year. So what would be the solutions that we see for the organization of the modern system and acceptable one for the businesses of waste management? Because at the current moment in the Republic of Moldova, we are enthusiastic companies. We are business associations that are very enthusiastic, but there are tens of thousands of companies that didn't even hear about such legal provisions. Our experience proves that the waste management of any type is possible. Any solution of activity in this sense provides sustainability to the economic activity, which is important for the circular economy that the world economy is looking at nowadays. But a closer cooperation and based on clear rules between the collectors, recyclers, and the state would give us real possibilities to create and develop a functional waste management system in Moldova. I'm insisting on the role of the state, including due to the following reasons. We do need a political vision, a clear one in the field of waste management. Where do we want to get? How do we build it? What are the costs and what are the benefits? What is the role and what are the responsibilities of the state? What are the roles and responsibilities of the producers, of the traders that were forgotten somehow in this law? And also, what are the responsibilities of the consumers? What is the finality of the process? The Republic of Moldova is a country that is just collecting waste and storing it. Or maybe we are collecting and recycling, or maybe we are collecting, recycling, and also reusing them here on the territory of the Republic of Moldova. But for this, what investments do we need? Who is making these investments? How exactly, by means of this state policy, the Republic of Moldova provides benefits to those wishing to invest eventually into the use of this waste? Where do we take this money from? Will this be public money or private money? If this is a private one, what will be the support provided by the state in exchange for this investments? It's not sufficient to just have a framework law and regulations. We need a system to be prepared, including all the actors with roles and responsibilities in this sense. I'm living in this country and I know the realities, unfortunately. for centuries in a row, we were paying and the state was collecting taxes for environment pollution, and almost nothing was done in this sense. Always there were different other priorities, important ones, but nevertheless different. I also know about the lack of confidence of the state in relation to the business, from the businesses and taxes of which, in fact, the state is living. We are in a situation in which the business wants to be sure that the money from the pollution are used particularly for the solution or for solving these environmental problems. The state, in turn, does not want, and I believe doesn't want to get out of control these important amounts collected. In this case, maybe there is a place for a privately managed fund where this money collected could be directed to, so that afterwards decisions are made with regard to their use. The international experts provided us more examples today. We can analyze and choose one or the other, but very important it is that we do not have to accept a hybrid version that will be just our invention, or a model that will not consider our capacities related to the collection, processing and sale of waste. The experience shows that this market also has a certain dynamic. Maybe it's worth looking at the international trends in this sense, thinking at least 2 or 3 steps ahead. Thank you very much, and I wish you and all of us success in this activity. Mrs. Andronic, thank you very much for your presentation, for the information presented today. We have here with us present also the company ABS Moldova, the biggest processor of packaging waste in Moldova. We'd like to invite Mrs. Vlada Balika, project manager, to present the activity of her company and how exactly it is working to achieve these targets of use of the packaging waste. Hello, dear colleagues and partners. I'm very glad to be here as the biggest recycling company in the Republic of Moldova of packaging waste. I participated during all the stages of developing the strategy and the law on waste, including the regulation discussed about today, the regulation on packaging waste. For us, those dealing with recycling, it's very important to have a system, very well-defined rules, so that we have something to recycle, because unfortunately or luckily we do have a lot of waste. But where are these? These are in deposits. We, the recyclers, in turn have to lose both at the investment stage as well as at the recovery one. The ABS company appeared in 2006 with the first recycling factory of the plastic packaging in Peresechina village Orhei district. At that time, we realized that we have a very well-made investment, but there is nothing to recycle, or not much to recycle. And here is how they need to develop our system of integrated waste management system emerged. At the moment, we have 200 employees in the company, and we are carrying out several steps of the waste management. Selective collection at the source, sorting the household waste, collection of mixed household waste, and recycling certain components of the packaging that we are sorting. We do have the best offer in what regards the price for the mixed household waste, we ensure the traceability of waste, which cannot be provided by any company because we have the only station for recycling it. We are ensuring also the efficiency of contracting and fulfilling the contractual obligations, and we are also ensuring the sustainability of our projects, including at the stage of consultation and organization of the infrastructure for the companies that we are cooperating with. Our offer, as I said earlier, is a very viable one, and it is the best one on the market of Moldova. In 2006, we have established this factory for recycling plastic packaging. In 2009, we have established the system of selective collection of waste in Chisinau, and in 2016, we started the construction of a very ambitious project for the Republic of Moldova without having even legislation in this field, and in particular, the construction of the mixed waste collection. At this station, we managed during 3.5 years to sort 600 tons of waste per day. I would like to mention that such a project does not exist anywhere in Eastern Europe. It's the most ambitious project, and we managed to get at a rate of this recycling of 15%, a rate that is much above the provisions of the law, of the regulation. In 2017, we concluded a partnership or a contract on service provision with the Chisinau local public authority, and we did work for 3 years sorting thus mixed household waste. In 2020, we have created our own system of mixed household waste collection system, thus ensuring the raw material, the waste, to be able to ensure that percentage of reuse for the producers of packaging. As I said, the biggest component of our activity is plastic recycling. Annually, we are recycling about 400 tons of plastic packaging. We have 60 employees in this enterprise, and we are working for 15 years already. The quality of our plastic or of the material obtained is of different forms, both in the forms of flakes as well as granules. We have very modern technologies of recycling, and our materials go afterwards to European countries, used to be to manufacture packaging for cosmetics. We are also recycling metal packaging. We have a capacity of collecting and recycling 300 tons of metal plastic, non-ferrous metal plastic per year. This process started 2 years ago, and it brought some very good results, both at the level of collection as well as information and ensuring or providing the recyclers with the necessary materials. Recycling glass. Now, about 1 year ago, we've initiated the project on pre-recycling the glass, the bottles. It's an innovative project again for the market of the Republic of Moldova, which allows us to prepare the pieces of glass for their recycling, thus using a optical sorting technology based on color of the pieces of glass, thus saving a lot of resources, both at the stage of recycling as well as of pre-sorting and recycling this type of material. Recycling paper. Annually, we are managing to extract from the mixed household waste 1,200 tons of paper, and this type of packaging again is used on the internal market as well as on the external market, and it represents a very important category of the regulation that was discussed today. That is why we are planning to develop further this element too. From the waste management area, wood recycling, we have different packaging, both primary and tertiary, that are secondary, that are used for packaging purposes. We managed to make a system of collection and recycling this. We've been also participating at the consultation stage and at the stage of creating this collective system of our reciclare, and we managed to invite our members. We have some members, very big one, very responsible ones in this collective system. We managed to ensure an international partnership with the Green Points company from Romania, and we are really grateful to them. This company is consulting us, helping us to build the most responsible, I believe, collective system in the Republic of Moldova, and the ABS company, all the waste it recycles, is reporting on them to this collective system. We've established a program now at the national level that is going to be called Green City. Under this program, we have already Comrade joining, Criuleni, and we also have several smaller communities that are wishing to implement this program, but we are coming with the consultation part, with the infrastructure, and everything that is called evacuation of packaging waste from these localities and their recycling. I also want to announce with big pleasure that we are available to you with any information related to recycling, and we are really grateful to the local authorities and to the state authorities for their support and trust in the recyclers, considering the regulation on the financial mechanism that is supposed to be implemented. I wish you a very nice day.
Doamnă Belică, vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru
Thank you very much for your presentation. We would like to reiterate that indeed the local public authorities are interested in waste management as well. And in this respect, we would like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Ambros, the mayor of Wingen, so as to share the experience, the process of organization of the waste management at local level, being the best practical example in the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Ambros, please tell us, how have you succeeded to make accountable the economic units, the citizens? How did you implemented the selective collection of waste in your city and many other aspects in relation to the waste management in your city? Good day to everybody. Just, I would like to ask if my presentation is being shared on the screen.
Deci, vreau să întreb dacă am acces să prezint prezentarea mea pe ecran, în PowerPoint.
domnul Ambros.
Da, bună ziua!
Bună ziua!
Vreau să întreb dacă este distribuită acum la moment prezentarea mea pe ecran. Deci eu am făcut share.
Încă nu. Doar o clipă.
Vă rog să-mi dați permisiunea să distribui.
Doar o clipă, vă rugăm. Cerem scuze, avem puțin probleme tehnice. Doar o clipă, vă rugăm frumos.
Just a moment, some technical problems to be dwelt with.
Așa, vă vedem.
Important să vedeți și prezentarea mea pe ecran.
Încă nu este. Ne mai ia încă câteva secunde ca să asigurăm că și prezentarea dumneavoastră este pe ecran. Cerem scuze. Prezentarea este.
Este?
So we're all set.
Am făcut deja. Am făcut deja.
Da, puteți începem. Vă rugăm. Mulțumesc.
Deci aveți prezentarea pe ecran?
Da, este.
Este?
Da, da, da.
Așa. Deci, stimați...
So, dear participants, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the Association of European Business for the fact that it allows us distributing and sharing the experience that we have here in Ungen. I would like to start by saying that in 2008, we have decided to change the waste management system in Ungen municipality. You are seeing now on the screen what has been the situation in 2008, because it has been a very big disaster, especially in the multi-store residential buildings, because their waste was disposed in some specific chambers just at the first floor, and the dwellers were sending the waste to the first floor through a specific tube. Whenever the waste has to pass through about 27 meters pipe so as to get to the first floor. We decided to come up with a professional way for waste management and waste disposal. Until 2008, it was the Association of Dwellers dealing with us. There have been 4 associations. Each association had a truck, and actually the waste was disposed with some Soviet time trucks, lorries, and very frequently they would actually be in a bad shape. There were some containers, as you may see now on the screen, and what we envisaged was to change this approach. We were looking for specialists in this area. We have also tackled the sanitation agency from Chisinau that has experience in this area. So somehow through the sanitation enterprise from Chisinau, we met some investors from Austria. So this is the state enterprise that is called Ave Energia AG, Austria. Together with them, we have established a joint company. You may see now on the screen the moment whenever in 2008 we have signed the collaboration agreement and the registration of the mixed company based on a joint venture based on a public-private partnership. And we have started the activity already with the people who knew much better than us. What does it mean to manage the waste in a city? Whenever it's important to establish the selective collection of waste and disposal of waste. Over here on the screen now, you may see how the waste is collected at the dwelling buildings. We have accumulated the experience from our Austrian colleagues for the collecting points to be seen by the people. They have to be semi-transparent, and in this case, we will have this storage place for the waste as clean as possible. On the right, you may see a metal-based container for the street. So from the very start, we have divided the waste in domestic waste and street waste, because this is different waste and it has to be collected separately. Over here, you may see the first equipment that the Austrian part has provided. So this were second-hand equipment. Over here, we have some equipment that already are present today at our sanitation enterprise. Over here, you may see as well some ballots with cardboard And also we have a tractor and a cutter for the green waste. And here on the right, you may see a special truck that is dealing with the disposal of the construction waste. It's very important to separate the waste from construction from the domestic waste because actually the debris from construction are destroying the containers for the domestic waste. We have divided the management of the waste for houses, for dwelling, residential buildings, and for companies. Until 2008, over 17 years, the houses, individual houses, didn't have the possibility for waste disposal. But since 2008, in order to be able to attract them in this process of waste disposal, we have provided to them these bins, waste bins of 20 or 40 liters free of charge, and people were much more open to sign these contracts for waste disposal. Now we have selective collection, meaning that besides the domestic waste, we have the waste from plastic, the waste from paper and cardboard. The containers are just differentiated by their lid and the color of the lid. For the plastic waste, we have two holes wherever you can actually throw the pets. And for the containers for the papers and cardboard is like a hole, like for the mailbox. Whenever you are just introducing the paper and you cannot take it back. As well, we have an experience that I'm going to talk later, and namely in relation to collecting the electrical waste. We are talking here as well about collecting green waste. And over here you have the container for the construction waste. Over here, I'm sharing some images with the trucks that are collecting the waste in Wingen municipality. The next slide on the left, you may see a ballot, a historical ballot is the very first one that has been compacted in 2008. You may see that the pads are of different colors. At the time, we were not selecting the pads by color. As well, over here, we already have some ballots of paper and also some ballots of made of film and foil. So what do we do with all of this? We are sending them to the recyclers. We do have a relationship with the ABS recycling that has taken the floor previously for plastic. And as for the cardboard, we have a contract with another recycler. So they are being sent to the recycler. And afterwards, they are already undertaking the respective recycling processes. Talking about the figures, over here you see that we have 5 special trucks that are working daily. As well, every day we are collecting about 80 cubic meters of waste. This means that every special truck has to undertake at least one road to the waste polygon, because we are talking about 80 cubic meters of compacted waste. As well, we have 78 platforms for selective collecting of waste, the number of containers. As well, we have over 12,000 contracts on the territory of Wingen municipality and neighborhood. An experience that we have taken on board in 2017 with the help of the Slovak Agency for the International Cooperation and Development. We started a new project for collecting selectively the waste, and namely the domestic waste or domestic devices and electrical equipment. And in 2018, the Ungen already has obtained authorization for collecting, transporting, and temporarily storing this kind of waste. Why did we decide to have this project? Because it's very important to come up with this distribution of waste, because whenever at the collecting point of the domestic waste of plastic and paper. We always have seen electronic waste such as a TV set, a monitor for the computer, or any other equipment which could not be disposed with the respective trucks because there was the risk of deteriorating the compactor. That is why we have launched this service. And over here you may see this van that is taking this waste upon the request of the person. Over here we have some special containers. These are the specially set for batteries. The system is very simple. People are just calling us. They have their phone number, and the people from Ave Ungen are going to their place and take over the electronic waste from the houses of the people. We have a huge volume of electrical and electronic waste that are just on the balcony or somewhere in the courtyard of the people. And also, they would not be able to be disposed with all the other waste to the polygon of the waste. Now, we are collecting already waste from 7 rural localities neighboring one. Over here, you may see the map, how these localities are being located. We have a number of partners. So I would like to say that whenever we started in 2008, the collection of waste, we had an Austrian partner, but afterwards it has sold the shares from the equity in 9 countries, and including in the Republic of Moldova. And we have used the right of procuring on a preferential basis, and we have procured the share part of the Austrian investment. And I would like to say that the Austrian part has had an investment of 1 million euro, but we have bought it with 100,000 euro. This price has been negotiated thoroughly, and everyone was pleased. And this has been the situation. So it has been a good project with co-financing from our behalf, so as to establish an operator which is original now. We have a number of other projects that have been carried out together with Ave Ungen. I cannot talk about all of them, but I would like to speak about a very important project that we are developing today, EU for Moldova, that is financed by the EU delegation and implemented by UNDP and UNICEF. And what about 2 public services, such as the sanitation service and also the service of water supply and sewerage, are being supported by the project. And 3 documents already have been developed. One is the diagnosis and analysis of Ave Ungen, the operational part, the part related to logistics and equipment. Secondly, there has been developed a plan of development for 2021-2025, again within EU for Moldova project. And the 3rd document, very important one, is related to the regionalization of the service. Further on, it's an opportunity study for the solid waste management. So immediately after the Easter, our Ave Ungen is going to receive one more compactor, a new one, which is provided by EU for Moldova project. That is going to provide us the possibility to extend our services further on in the region. And I would like to mention as well that thanks to the experience that we have here in the territory, this experience has been noted by our national authorities, and namely, Ungen has been included in the so-called Zone of Waste Management number 5, and now we are carrying out a pilot project And in the zone for waste management of number 5, that is going to cover 3 districts, namely Ungheni, Nisporeni, and Calaraș, whatever, we would have a polygon for a landfill for the waste, according to the European standards. All in the Republic of Moldova, they are being envisaged 8 such landfills. And here in Ungheni, we already have selected the land plot as on the territory of the neighboring mayoralty, and we have undertaken a big effort so as to identify the respective land plot, so as to come up with a feasibility study and so on and so forth. So I would like to mention that things in this area have moved forward, and of course we cannot say that there is no room for improvement. We do have the possibility to get developed further on, because there are some problems. For instance, if we are talking about how we work with our enterprises, other companies, our economic units, because today we are talking about their packing waste, I would like to say that the law 209, the law on waste, this article number 12 related to the extended responsibility of the producer, this is a very welcome and very good article. And I think that we as a municipal enterprise, we would like to be partners also for these producers with extended responsibility, because whenever they are obliged to recycle certain waste, certain packing, we would be able to be a link that can take over this waste and afterwards, based on contractual conditions, to be able to have the possibility for the producers to be able to carry out and to implement the respective article number 12 from the law. If talking about the problems, there are problems. If we are talking about the fact so we're talking about the fact that the legislative normative framework of the Republic of Moldova does not include an obligation for the physical persons, for the individuals. So there is no obligation for the individuals to have a contract concluded for disposal of the domestic waste, wherever there is an operator that can provide this kind of services. So this is something based on the contract. So if the person needs this kind of service, he would conclude this contract. If he does not need this service, he would not conclude this contract. It seems to me that this is not well understood. So because we are talking about the domestic waste, if we would talk about the animal waste or vegetable waste or construction waste, so over here, indeed, there should be a contract. But if we are talking about the domestic waste that actually are generated by the physiological activity of every human, it's impossible for the human not to generate them. So that is why the law should write that every citizen that is living in a specific locality, and in that locality there is an operator providing such a services, so every citizen would be obliged to conclude a contract for disposal of the domestic waste. If we would find support in the respective area, I think that we would solve a problem not only in our locality, but also we will solve this problem in many other localities as well. Another problem that is not yet settled is another article in relation from the law 209 on waste, and here we are talking about actually the law modifying the law 209 article 17, and we are talking about the burning and co-burning of waste. This is a very important topic for the Republic of Moldova. So once we have to solve this problem, so we cannot say that no, it cannot be burned, the waste. No, we have to say in what conditions we can do it. So for you to understand what is the legal framework, so the article exists, the law exists, But unfortunately, we do not yet have the regulation in relation to this aspect. So there should be a government decision approved that would approve the regulation on burning the waste. So we would really like for this to happen, and I'll tell you why. Because in the Ungern region, we have the free economic zone, and over there we have operators that generate a number of waste that should be actually burned and not only not actually buried. Because we are burying this waste. This waste is not biodegradable, and we are just polluting the environment. So if we would be able to somehow urge the approval of this regulation on burning the waste, because it seems that it didn't have even public consultations until now. I think that we will be able to solve a problem that sooner or later has to be solved. And just briefly, I brought some examples how we have succeeded to deal with the problem of the waste management in Ungern. We invite you to visit Ungern. And it goes without saying that we would have what to share with you. And once again, I would like to mention that Avio again, together with the mayorality of Ungen, is ready to be a partner in different projects related to the waste management. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ambros, thank you very much for your presentation and for the invitation to come to Ungen. We will do it with pleasure. I would like to thank all the presenters from panel 2 dedicated to the national experience in the field of waste management, including I would like to thank the EU for Moldova program, focal regions, financed by the European Union and implemented by UNDP for the support provided during the organization of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really important to reiterate the most important key messages that resulted from this panel. First of all, the business wishes to contribute together with the state authorities to the establishment of functional systems of managing waste. It is very important to delimitate clearly all the roles and responsibilities between all the factors involved in this process: the state, the private sector, and the consumers. The taxes collected for the pollution of environment have to be spent directly for solving the environmental issues. It is important to establish sufficient and stimulating systems for all the participants in this process: producers, collectors, recyclers, and most important, only with our joint efforts we will be able to reduce the negative impact both in our country as well as in the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are close to the end of our project. We'd like to invite you to stay with us during the last panel dedicated to the next steps to be undertaken in this area. So, as it was mentioned, following this long experience presented today, the national and international one, it is really important to identify the steps to be undertaken further on. So in this sense, we would like to invite Mr. Dorel Norok, State Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, whom would like to ask to present the vision of the Ministry of Finance with regard to the measures to be undertaken in order to ensure that mechanism of viable economic one for the implementation of this. Mr. Dorel Norok, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, dear organizers, colleagues, invitees from the country and from abroad. It was a big pleasure to be present at this event today from the start to the end. I believe that all those involved in the event did prove they have extended responsibility at the moral level and civic one with regard to the promotion of a sustainable economy of waste management that would cover the whole value chain of this process. I followed with pleasure the international experience, a fact for which I would like to thank all those who did dedicate their time to share with us that positive experience they had, as well as those who came with some conclusions and recommendations we need to take into consideration. I also listened with big pleasure the successes of the private sector that started to implement in the Republic of Moldova, even without having the regulations in this sense. We can see this initiative of the private sector to ensure a sustainable business that would help us implement this. And with big satisfaction, we've seen that we shouldn't look very far, that we have some very positive experiences at the local level, as the mayor of Ungeni presented, and I believe that we can all congratulate him and wish him big successes further on. Another very important issue I noted down is about the need to constantly communicate in this process of developing and implementing the legislation. It is really important to come with clear messages to all the participants, in particular to the whole population, about the need to ensure this extended responsibility of the producers. And as we can see, the practice shows that every time there is involvement of each citizen, the cost of these processes becomes lower. And from a problem, from a price, it gets transformed into an opportunity, into additional jobs. From the presentation we've seen, from the analysis done during last year, from the discussions we have had with the experts, I believe that we can see already a vision which I would divide into 3 steps. The first one, subsidies of those for those economic operators that are ensuring the collection and use of the waste, which means support to build infrastructure, and along with the implementation of the extended responsibility of producers starting from 2023, we will have the second stage when we will start reducing taxes for those who are implementing the system. And the third stage, when the exemption, as we've seen also in the example of Norway, the exemption is provided fully when a certain level of collection, recycling is a higher level is achieved. This is what we see at the level of vision, those steps that we believe we need to undertake in order to get to the objective we all have, when the state creates just conditions via the legal framework, and the private sector ensures that the processes, the production processes, do not negatively influence the environment, and have this civic responsibility to operate and carry out this activity in a closed process without damaging the environment. These are the main conclusions that I came to following to the presentations. I would like to thank again all the participants, all those who responded to your invitation and ready to share their positive experience they have, and including the experience that was a very pleasant surprise for me of a local authority like Ungeni municipality. Thank you very much. Dear State Secretary, in our turn, we would like to thank you for finding time to dedicate to this event and for being here with us from the very start to the end. We are really grateful for the cooperation we have with the Ministry of Finance, and we hope that this cooperation will further be a very fruitful one. Thank you very much for the support provided in this sense. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that we have a very good cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment. And if I may, I would like to invite Mrs. Svetlana Bolokan, the head of the Waste Management Policies Department from the Ministry, and we'd like to ask her very much to present the vision of the Ministry in this sense, and what are the plans for the immediate future, and how can the business facilitate the implementation of this in Moldova. So, Mrs. Svetlana, you have the floor. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be present here in this panel and in the event. We followed very carefully all the presentations that were made by international experts. These are really very, very important, considering the fact that or in spite of the fact that we are late with the implementation of this directive, nevertheless, along with the initiation of its implementation, it's really important to take over the European practices in a way that we avoid some discrepancies or at least some delays in its implementation. I would like to say that today we are at this stage of implementing a linear economy. Step by step, we are implementing this economy of recycling that allows us to introduce also more actively these waste recycling systems. And that is why medium-term planning is about developing the infrastructure at the regional level. And in this sense, as a first step, we have the need to access investments, signing an investment agreement with the European Bank for Investments, which will lead to the implementation of an infrastructure project. But the key element in this process is the REP principle, because the application of this principle will give us the possibility to organize on the horizontal this structure of recycling, of collection of waste, and our plans in this sense for medium term refer to the support of businesses in the field of recycling. And in this sense, we are planning already this waste management program in the budget for medium term and co-financing of projects focused on development or on attracting investments and including new technologies, recycling technologies. In future, we are planning to deal with the recommendations on the incineration of waste. As it was mentioned earlier, that this regulator document is so much expected. I would say that we already have had some consultation during the first quarter of the current year, and we are now in the process of promoting this in the working group on regulating the entrepreneurial activities, so that afterwards we can suggest, propose it to the government for approval, and thus these recommendations that are approved today and followed to be approved do create possibilities both for the collective systems as well as for the individual ones to organize gradually before 2023, when we will be able to initiate and report on the gradual achievement of targets, since this period, this transition period, was set to prepare the market. And in this context, as it was already mentioned by the State Secretary from the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Darel Norok, the steps that were set, these are logical from the point of view of the market preparation and of the citizens that have to comply with the requirements related to waste management. We wish to get to a circular economy. That is why we do have programs in the Ministry of Economy and Infrastructure that are focused on greening the economy. And in this sense, it is possible to support the businesses in order to develop non-polluting technologies reducing the impact on the environment, because the most important factor that is today a priority for each country is the need to reduce the impact on the environment from the waste that is generated every day by the citizens. And since the biggest amount of waste comes from packaging, this process has to be initiated with the support of the businesses, because ultimately it is still a product and not a problem. So we have to revise this concept of waste, but when we are always focusing on getting rid of them, but not using them for the manufacturing of other products. We will be with the businesses when planning different activities to be implemented. I consider that the European Business Association is a very important platform to be able to attract European expertise and to bring more clarity with regard to the tariffs or taxes to be applied to solve the problem of waste. And before 2029 will help us achieve all the targets as planned according to the government decision for the approval of the regulations on packaging waste, for us to be also competitive on the European market and be able to come with more performance and present our experience, since that we managed to overcome the problem and that all our structures are compliant with these requirements. So what I wish in future is for us to intensify the cooperation with the businesses, and they are the promoters in the identification of additional solutions and the possibility to have, starting from 2023, the gradual implementation of these targets that are modest for the Republic of Moldova, but nevertheless, I believe are important to solve the problems in the near future. Thank you very much, and we wish ourselves success in future and a very fruitful cooperation to be able to achieve those targets we have for the country. Mrs. Bolokan, thank you very much for your presentation and for all the support words. We would like to thank you also for the cooperation we have with the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment, and with you and the department you represent. We hope that in the future we will continue to have very fruitful cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, here we are at the end of the event of today, dedicated to the packaging waste and establishing a sound waste management businesses between benefits and responsibilities. It implied a lot of efforts on our behalf, but we do count very much that that experience, practical and international experience that was presented today during this event will help us in future create an efficient system of waste management to implement successfully this principle of extended producer responsibility in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Thank you very much, dear speakers, dear partners. I would like to reiterate again our highest appreciation and gratitude for this cooperation, because as this event was the result of a joint effort for which I would like to thank the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment. And I'd like to also extend my appreciation to the European Union delegation for the financial support and for the active involvement of the colleagues from GIZ Moldova for the technical support, in particular in the development of that analysis that was presented during this event. Please accept our thanks, dear sponsors, IFS Vitant and Coca-Cola Hellenic, HVC, as well as the distinguished partners of this event. So thank you very much to everyone for your involvement, for support, and dear ladies, and in fact, the mechanism of extended responsibility of the producer represents a joint effort, and not just based on the international experience that was shared today, but also in the context of applicability, of practical applicability of this instrument. So first of all, we're speaking here about assumed decisions that represent responsibility of the authorities as well as of the businesses, consumers, of local public authorities. It is about the involvement and concrete actions that require investments for a systemic approach, that require use of technologies, software to ensure the traceability and the audit, as well as any other type of tools that are absolutely imperative for the management of this system in a sustainable manner. The business is here to support all this development, which is really necessary to ensure the functioning of this waste management system in Moldova, because only together we will be able to green the country and to speak about a green country. Go green, and the business is here to support. Thank you very much to everyone for your attention, for your participation, and for your role. Lots of help and good success.